Chapter 2279. WAN Clan's first Supreme Elder controlled Winding Light platform to reinforce Fang Clan. After a round of fighting with Chicken Dog Coop, he immediately discovered that Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU House was their weakness. After discovering this, WN Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately activated Winding Light platform and shot out beams of light towards the Earth Path Immortal GU House underground. The Earth Path Immortal GU House quickly drilled into the ground and dodged agilely. Although its defense was not impressive, its speed was astonishing. It successfully dodged all the beams of light. Some beams of light brushed past it. It was a dangerous situation. WAN Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. "I will show you the power of my WAN Clan Immortal GU House." Saying so, he activated Winding Light platform, using this Immortal GU House's proudest method. Immediately, those pure white beams of light that shot into the ground suddenly bent and changed directions, attacking the Earth Path Immortal GU House again. A large number of beams of light formed a net, trying to trap the Earth Path Immortal GU House from below. The Earth Path Immortal GU House had no choice but to frantically move upwards. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it charged out of the ground with a loud sound. "I was waiting for you." WN Clan's first Supreme Elder's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Destroy this Immortal GU House. This is the price for attacking my WN Clan. Don't even think about it." Fang Di Chang shouted as he controlled Chicken Dog Coop to crash into Winding Light platform. WAN Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted as Winding Light platform shot out beams of light again. The beams of light curved and circled around Winding Light platform, forming a strong defense. Chicken Dog Coop crashed into it, but was deflected by the curved beams of light and brushed past Winding Light platform. Next, Winding Light platform shot out another beam of yellow light. The yellow light enveloped Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU House, preventing it from moving. Next, WN Clan's first Supreme Elder frantically instilled Immortal Essence. The yellow light gradually twisted like a fried dough twist. Under the distortion of the yellow light, Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU House cracked. A large number of mortal GU were twisted into dregs. This move was Winding Light platform's strongest method. As long as it lasted for 10 more breaths of time, Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU House would be completely destroyed. Even the GU Immortals inside would not be spared. WN Zui Qing was flying in the sky. His expression was extremely grave and stern, but his heart seemed to be burning with raging flames. This was the fire of revenge. WAN Zui Qing's father was WAN Liang Han. The latter was a rank 7 Wisdom Path GU Immortal. He had died in battle when he attacked Fang Yuan with WN Hao Guang and WN Xiao. At that time, Fang Yuan was hiding in the Fang Clan, so in WN Zui Qing's heart, it was the Fang Clan that killed his father. The death of his father was absolutely irreconcilable. From the moment he learned of his father's death, WN Zui Qing's life changed dramatically. In the past, he was the second generation of an immortal. With his father's support, he was arrogant and did not think about improving himself. After his father, the tree that sheltered him from the wind and rain, fell. WN Zui Qing quickly matured in grief and panic. He understood that the treatment he had received before was mostly due to the respect of his father. He understood how lucky he was in the past, and he also understood that the only hope now was to work hard. Thus, when WN Clan's appeal failed and they set up defenses at the border, although WN Zui Qing only had rank 6 cultivation level, he disregarded the danger and took the initiative to go to the border to guard the resource point. He knew he had to show his value to the clan. If his value was not high, then he had to show his loyalty. He did not have any fortuitous encounters, he could only rely on the clan. But the clan was not his father. Every time WN Zui Qing understood the happiness he felt when his father was alive, his hatred towards Fang Clan would deepen. WN Hao Guang wants me to guard the resource point here, but I am a mere rank 6 GU immortal. Even with the help of the immortal formation, what can I do? WN Hao Guang is the main force that can hold on until reinforcements arrive. If Fang Clan's true goal is to attack the resource point at the border and attack en masse, I will not be able to defend it. In that case, I might as well take a risk and directly attack Fang Clan's resource point. I will do what Wan Hao Guang cannot do. Wan Zui Qing decided to take a risk. If he defended the resource point and Fang Clan attacked en masse, he would only be able to hold on for a short while before he would have to retreat through the teleportation immortal formation. If he returned to the clan with such results and lost the clan's resource point, it would be a small offense. But if he attacked Fang Clan's resource point and obtained something, it would be a huge merit. Especially when Tall Pine Oasis was attacked, the casualties would definitely not be small. In this situation, as long as Wan Zui Qing had any merit, it would be like sending charcoal in a snowstorm to Wan clan. At that time, 1 merit point will be divided into 10. The clan will also look at me in a new light. With the clan's rewards and nurturing, I will be able to grow rapidly. Otherwise, with my current speed, it would be impossible to take revenge for my father. After Wan Liang Han died, his GU worms were not left to Wan Zui Qing. It was not easy for Wan Zui Qing to cultivate, he could only fight for opportunities for himself. I have arrived, it is here. Fang Clan's resource point is the closest to the border. Wan Zui Qing slowed down and concealed his aura as he quietly approached. Fang Clan, I will settle the debt of killing my father with you now. But a moment later, Wan Zui Qing was dumbfounded. He looked at the desolate desert, standing on the spot in a daze. Isn't this where the flying sand cave is? Wait, there are clear traces of demolition here. Fang Clan took away this resource point. Wan Zui Qing did not understand. Was there a need to do this? Just to prevent a small retaliation from Wan clan, they moved the resource point away? After all, this was not a small loss. The resources produced by a demolished resource point would definitely decrease. Because the resource point was not only dependent on itself, it also had to be integrated with the surrounding environment. A demolished resource point was like a tree being moved away, its roots would be separated from the soil and nutrients. Even if it was planted in a better place, it would need some time to adapt. And how many places were there that were suitable for a resource point? Even if it was a place with denser earth path Dao marks, if the Dao marks were distributed differently, it could be the culprit behind the destruction of the resource point. Super forces rarely demolished resource points. To their enemies, demolishing a resource point was like losing a frontline fortress. It would reduce the enemy's obstruction and allow them to attack deeper. This was a good thing. No, this is not good. Originally, super forces would not easily demolish resource points, but it is different now. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has been frantically developing his sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the GU refinement bids in Jewel Yellow Skies are for Earth Path resource points. Fang Clan is likely to have secretly transacted with Fang Yuan, using these resource points as bargaining chips. How many immortal GU did they exchange for? A sudden thought appeared in Wan Zui Qing's mind, causing his face to instantly turn deathly pale. Fang Clan's strength rose sharply because of their secret transaction with Fang Yuan. Our information on Fang Clan is greatly lacking, not good. Tall Pine Oasis is in danger. Realizing this, Wan Zui Qing did not hesitate. He immediately sent a message to Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder through Jewel Yellow Skies. But at this moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was controlling Winding Light Platform to deal a fatal blow to Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house. How could he have the time to look at Wan Zui Qing's information? Break for me. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted furiously. Ph. Wishful thinking. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared above Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder. Rank 8 aura surged. It was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Rank 8 Fang Gong. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not even look at Fang Gong. His gaze was fixed on the Earth Path Immortal GU house. He wanted to destroy this immortal GU house first and make Fang Clan suffer heavy lossy. As for his safety, with Winding Light Platform's protection, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was confident. However, all of this was within Fang Clan's plan. Immortal Killer Move Roof Tile Breaker. Fang Gong fiercely used a killer move, his palms slamming down fiercely. Light rippled around Winding Light Platform, blocking Fang Gong's attacks. Bam bam bam, Fang Gong slammed endlessly, palm shadows flew everywhere, his attacks were like a storm, all hitting Winding Light Platform. Rank 7 Winding Light platform had rank 8 battle strength, it could easily block Fang Gong's attacks. But Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that each of Fang Gong's attacks contained a strange power. Although they could not break Winding Light platform's defensive methods, they could penetrate inside and cause heavy losses to Winding Light platform's GU worm. Almost instantly, Winding Light platform was destroyed. The yellow light pillar that had been controlling Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house also lost its source and completely collapsed. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder saw this and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Clan, you are going too far. At the next moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder activated Winding Light platform, wanting to retreat. He completely understood that Fang Clan had specially targeted him, or more accurately, they were targeting Wan Clan's Immortal GU house. Compared to Tall Pine Oasis, Winding Light platform was Fang Clan's true target. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder desperately retreated, wanting to leave the battlefield. But when Fang Clan saw their true target, how could they let it go so easily? Under normal circumstances, other GU immortals might not be able to resist the rampage of an Immortal GU house, they could only retreat, but Fang Gong was an exception. Fang Gong fiercely restrained Winding Light platform, while Chicken Dog Coop also attacked. Winding Light platform lasted for a while before collapsing. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was extremely furious as he attacked Fang Gong. Fang Gong's expression was indifferent. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, remember this moment. Our Fang Clan is not to be trifled with. This Winding Light platform is the price you have to pay for recklessly attacking us. Fang Gong lightly punched towards Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, maintaining a strong momentum. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation level, Fang Gong simply did not care about him. But at the next moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly froze, his killer move's activation failed and he was hit by Fang Gong's punch, turning into meat paste on the spot, losing his life. Everyone was stunned, including Fang Gong and Fang Di Chang. First Supreme Elder. Wan Xiao cried out miserably. He rode on his Wind Falcon and took the chance to escape Tall Pine Oasis. His action startled the Fang Clan immortals. What do we do now? Fang Gong transmitted to Fang Di Chang with an awkward expression. Fang Di Chang's expression was grim. How could Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder be killed? This was not in line with the previous plan. Fang Clan's true target was Wan Clan's Immortal GU house. Wan Clan had 2 Immortal GU houses, both rank 7 and able to resist rank 8. This was Wan Clan's foundation as a superforce. Its importance was far greater than Tall Pine Oasis. Destroying Winding Light platform would be Fang Clan's greatest victory. Fang Clan's reputation would rise greatly. No other superforce would dare to ally with others to deal with Fang Clan. In contrast, Wan Clan had 2 rank 7 Immortal GU houses. After losing one, they could only hide in their territory and not cause any trouble. But it was different now. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's death was a huge problem. Wan Clan would definitely take revenge and gather Western Desert's Righteous Path forces in the name of revenge. They would definitely form a punitive expedition against Fang Clan. Because Fang Clan had gone too far. Not only did they fight without a declaration, they even killed their first Supreme Elder. This was like a neighbor suddenly barging into the house one day and killing the male owner. Such a Fang Clan was completely the work of the demonic path. Righteous Path superforces would definitely panic, afraid that they would be the next Wan Clan. Thus, Western Desert superforces would definitely ally. I had already held back with that punch, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was agitated at that time and seemed to have triggered the backlash of the killer move. He actually lost his life due to a freak combination of factors. Fang Gong sighed. Although they won, Fang Gong was not happy. The Fang Clan GU immortals present had heavy hearts, because everyone knew that this matter had blown up. Except for one person. Tang Fang Ming was hiding deep underground in the desert, feeling excited and afraid. Amazing, this Dream Path killer move is really amazing. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died because of it, but Fang Clan is still in the dark. I have finally completed Lord Fang Yuan's mission. Chapter 2280. In Fang Dichang's mind, a vast number of thoughts rose and collapsed like a tall building. After thousands of collapses, Fang Dichang was drenched in sweat and his face was flushed red. Clearly, his wisdom path deductions had reached their limits. "Oh no, this is terrible," Fang Dichang muttered with an unsightly expression. The results of his deductions already showed him Fang Clan's miserable future. Earlier, WN Clan's summons failed and Fang Clan escaped. It was mainly because of the unclear relationship between Fang Clan and Fang Yuan. Adding on the disappearance of the 5 regional walls and the merging of the 2 heavens, GU immortals were all vigilant and worried. However, Fang Dichang was very clear what the so-called Great Love Immortal Venerable's true appearance was. If something happened to Fang Clan and they were attacked by Western Desert's super forces, Fang Yuan would absolutely not help them. Fang Yuan only cared about practical benefit. Unless Fang Clan offered a high price that moved Fang Yuan would absolutely not help Fang Clan. Like this time, Fang Clan had the intention to attack WN Clan and secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. Fang Clan paid a lot of resource points to exchange for many immortal GU, to advance the core immortal GU of Roof Tile Breaking Killer move, and to barely construct that Earth Path immortal GU house. Once Fang Yuan did not help, the true relationship between Fang Clan and Fang Yuan would be exposed, and Fang Clan would face a calamity. Could Fang Clan pay a high enough price for Fang Yuan to help them? Fang Dichang had no confidence in this. What worried him the most was that Fang Clan could pay a high price for Fang Yuan's help. If other super forces followed suit, how could Fang Clan be their match? No matter what Fang Clan chooses, Fang Yuan will be the biggest winner. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth inwardly. He was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan destroyed his body and captured his soul. Fang Dichang naturally could not forget this hatred. What should we do? This WN Clan First Supreme Elder is truly a disgrace to WN Clan. He is actually so weak. Perhaps we can revive him? Fang Gong furrowed his brows and made a suggestion. Fang Dichang shook his head slowly. He had already thought of this idea in his mind, but it was not feasible. Not to mention that Fang Clan did not have a method to revive GU immortals. To revive WN Clan's First Supreme Elder, they would need to seek help from others. Even if he succeeded in resurrecting the WN Clan's First Supreme Elder, would the hatred this time disappear? Just like Fang Dichang himself, he was killed by Fang Yuan once and his soul became a captive before being released by Fang Yuan. Could the hatred between him and Fang Yuan be eliminated just like that? How could this be? On the contrary, this hatred grew even stronger. It could be said that the hatred between Fang Clan and WN Clan was very hard to wash away. WN Clan would definitely take revenge. In this situation, Fang Clan reviving WN Clan's First Supreme Elder was reviving their enemy and then letting him find trouble with them. That was stupid. Of course, GU immortals had countless methods, they were uncountable. It was not that there was no way to resolve the hatred. For example, the well-known spring and autumn cicada. As long as one succeeded in rebirth, everything could be restarted. There were also wisdom path methods that changed the emotions of WN Clan's immortals. But for these methods to be effective against WN Clan's immortals, they had to be of extremely high rank. Fang Clan could not grasp them. Huff. Fang Dichang let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes flickered with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Right now, we can only continue down this path. We will attack WN Clan's headquarters. We must deal a heavy blow to WN Clan." Fang Gong squinted. The other Fang Clan GU immortals felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. This matter had already escalated. Fang Clan was definitely in deep trouble. In that case, there was no need to be hesitant. They might as well go all out and weaken WN Clan with all their strength. All right. Fang Gong was decisive and immediately made his decision. Fang Clan immediately stored Chicken Dog Coop and moved the Earth Path Immortal GU house, charging towards WN Clan's headquarters from underground. However, when they entered WN Clan's headquarters, they found that there was no one inside. WN Clan's GU immortals had retreated in advance. WN Clan's only remaining immortal GU house, Myriad Age Building, along with many resources in the headquarters and WN Clan's treasury, had completely vanished. Fang Clan's immortals had ashen expressions. This was the most disadvantageous situation for Fang Clan. After a moment of silence, Fang Di Chang suggested, "First Supreme Elder, for now, I would like you and Chicken Dog Coop to sweep through WN Clan's resource points. Meanwhile, I will lead the group back to the headquarters and prepare for battle." Fang Gong nodded slowly. "That is the only way." Fang Di Chang's expression was extremely solemn. "If Fang Clan wants to get through this crisis, we need to hold on to Fang Yuan's thigh tightly. First Supreme Elder, the more resource points you can seize, the more immortal GU our Fang Clan can obtain from Fang Yuan. That is how much hope we have." "I understand." Fang Gong selected the two and entered Chicken Dog Coop, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Fang Di Chang led the rest of the Fang Clan immortals and moved the Earthpath Immortal GU house back to Fang Clan's headquarters. A storm was brewing, lightning was descending. Fang Clan was extremely nervous. They were like fierce tigers that sensed the threat of life and death. Their hair stood on end and their eyes were wide open as they fought with all their strength against the backlash of the beast. Eastern Sea. The sea breeze blew gently, seagulls chirped softly. Fang Yuan leisurely controlled the GU refinement. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement GU had already reached the latter stages. It was too easy. This was Fang Yuan's biggest feeling, even though this was the refinement of a rank 9 immortal GU. It was completely different from the previous time. This time, Fang Yuan did not have the external pressure of Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He did not need to guard the Heavenly Spirit. There was another crucial point. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a Wood Path Immortal GU, while Advanced Refinement GU was a Refinement Path Immortal GU. The latter was what Fang Yuan was most proficient in. Processing Refinement Path Immortal materials was much easier than processing Wood Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan was even refining rank 9 Immortal GU while dealing with other matters. The Fang Clan quickly sent a letter with a list of items. There were more than 10 resource points on the list. There was no lack of large resource points, there was even a super resource point. These last few days, Fang Gong displayed the strength of a rank 8 GU Immortal. Fang Di Chang controlled the situation and sent Inquiry Doc out. Fang Clan swept through WAN Clan's territories and occupied many resource points. It seems that Fang Clan's gains are not small. Everyone has potential after all. If they don't force themselves, how can they erupt? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. After Fang Clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they secretly proposed transactions. Seeing the immortal GU that Fang Clan wanted to trade, Fang Yuan deduced their intentions. Putting himself in their shoes, it was reasonable for Fang Clan to take revenge on WAN Clan in order to protect themselves. After all, in Western Desert, Tang Clan was intentionally hidden by Fang Yuan. Among the entire Western Desert superforces, only Fang Clan had a close relationship with Fang Yuan. This was too special. When WN Clan summoned Western Desert's Righteous Path to attack Fang Clan, it had already deeply provoked Fang Clan. After WN Clan's summon failed, Fang Clan let out a sigh of relief and decided to attack WAN Clan. This was a wise move of using offense as defense. Fang Yuan saw this and had a plan. On one hand, he added fuel to the fire and helped Fang Clan achieve their goal, causing their strength to rise sharply. On the other hand, Fang Yuan ordered Tang Clan to teach Tang Fang Ming a Dream Path killer move and rent a Dream Path Immortal GU. Right now, Fang Clan was schemed against by Fang Yuan and became the source of Western Desert's chaos. In order to protect themselves, they had to cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan and seize more resource points for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Tang Clan plotted against Fang Clan. This was equivalent to Fang Yuan obtaining a huge leverage over them. Fang Yuan's influence on Tang Clan also deepened. In Fang Clan's letter, not only did they request for more immortal GU, they also requested Fang Yuan to personally go to Western Desert when necessary and display the invincible might of Great Love Immortal Venerable. For this, Fang Clan was willing to pay everything. "You want me to take action?" Fang Yuan sneered. How could this be? Right now, the three Venerables were in a stalemate, every second mattered. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to personally take action for Fang Clan. He was using Fang Clan as a pawn. And pawns were pawns, they had to be sacrificed when necessary. Unless the pawn's value was extremely high and irreplaceable, he would not personally protect it. Was there anyone among Fang Yuan's subordinates that was irreplaceable? No. When Fang Yuan was ruthless, he could even discard his own clone without hesitation. Why would he take action for Fang Clan? Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had just started to refine Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks when important information arrived. There is a change in Western Desert. Fang Clan is invading Wan Clan? Starlight flickered in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. Fang Clan is so aggressive, there must be something fishy. Is it Fang Yuan who is secretly adding fuel to the fire? Star constellation Immortal Venerable quickly thought of this. After all, Fang Clan had publicly joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, the entire 5 regions knew about it. This time, Fang Clan's strength has risen sharply, it is clearly because of Fang Yuan's support. Wan Clan was caught off guard, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died in battle. This shows that Fang Yuan is intentionally stirring up a storm in Western Desert. Fang Clan is actually willing to follow Fang Yuan's orders, risking the entire clan's survival. It seems that Fang Yuan's influence on Fang Clan is deeper than I thought. Not good. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She soon realized Fang Yuan's true motive. Fang Yuan does not care about Fang Clan, even though he needs resource points to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. His main goal is to set an example for Fang Clan, to influence the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. It was easy for him to refine immortal Gu. With Shifeng's investment, any superpower's strength would skyrocket in secret. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, one's killing intent would rise. Fang Yuan's simple transaction broke the balance of forces that had been formed for a long time in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Right now, Western Desert superforces had already realized the benefits of transacting with Fang Yuan. On one side, Fang Yuan was publicly trading immortal Gu in jewel yellow skies, only superforces would be able to afford the price. On the other side, he had opened the door of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, he allowed any superforce to join. Moreover, once they joined, they could transact in secret and even obtain a lot of benefits. Because Fang Clan joined the alliance, they were able to transact in secret and their strength rose sharply. Now Wan Clan's Gu immortals did not dare to show their faces. Wan Clan's resource points, big or small, were at Fang Clan's disposal. This was too bad. Fang Clan's profits were tempting, while Wan Clan's miserable state made everyone feel insecure. In this situation, what could superforces do? Joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was the easiest choice. Literature Hall. Chapter 2281. All along, Fang Yuan's external policies had been very flexible. For example, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and the Sovereign Immortal Apertures Contribution Board, Mission Board, and Exchange Board had different contents. Similarly, when Eastern Sea Gu Immortals joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they would be restricted by the Alliance rules. But for the other 4 regions outside of Eastern Sea, the Alliance rules for joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were very loose, there were almost no restrictions. From this point alone, star constellation Immortal Venerable had experienced Fang Yuan's craftiness. She had a clear understanding of Western Desert's situation. We need to suppress Fang Clan, we cannot let them rise, if necessary, we need to exterminate them. Otherwise, if other superforces follow suit, Fang Yuan's influence in the 5 regions will be greatly boosted. Fang Yuan relied on immortal Gu trading and other methods to easily manipulate the situation of the 5 regions Gu immortal world. As the saying went, humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. If things developed like this and became common knowledge, Fang Yuan's influence would spread throughout the 5 regions in the future. Even if there were no 5 regions, there would be 3 regions. By then, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, he could influence southern border, western desert, and eastern sea to attack central continent. Of course, no matter how many Gu immortals the 3 regions had, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Venerables were invincible, especially Venerables who were starting to display the might of Tao Lords. But Venerables were threats to each other. If Fang Yuan's influence could make the three regions GU Immortals become cannon fodder, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have to personally defend Central Continent. This way, the situation of the three Venerables would change. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be burdened by these cannon fodder, while Fang Yuan would take the chance to surpass them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path GU Immortal in history. The moment Fang Yuan used this vicious plan, she saw through it immediately. Right now, the three Venerables are fighting to refine natural Tao marks. Fang Yuan is lagging behind the most, so he is using this plan to shorten the gap. Mph, how can it go as you wish? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made her decision. Zhu Xiongxin, WNZ Hong, go to Western Desert. Western Desert. Sun Family's headquarters. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder was meeting Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao, two Wan Clan GU Immortals. Fang Clan attacked my Wan Clan without any prior notice, and now they are crazily occupying the major resource points of my Wan Clan. They are already frenzied and vicious. This kind of behavior was completely demonic. The entire Fang Clan had already fallen into the demonic path. The entire Fang Clan was the biggest demonic nest in Western Desert. Your clan is one of the pillars of the Western Desert righteous path. How can you sit and watch in such a situation? Wan Hao Guang said righteously. Sun Family's first Supreme Elder nodded and said, Wan Hao Guang is right, my Sun Family will do our best to protect the righteous path of heaven and earth. It's just that the Sun Family is in a difficult situation now. The Sun Clan's first Grand Elder spoke of the Sun Clan's predicament, but at the end, he patted his chest and said that as long as the Wan Clan successfully contacted the other superpowers, the Sun Clan would definitely join in and do their best for the common people of the Western Desert. This old fox. Wan Hao Guang was extremely furious after leaving the Sun Clan's headquarters. Wan Xiao laughed bitterly. Among the Western Desert superpowers, the Sun Family is the most cowardly. It is not strange for Sun Family's first Supreme Elder to say this. His expression is already the greatest sincerity he could muster. Next, which one should we go to persuade? Just as he said this, two figures flew over from the horizon. Their rank 8 auras were not concealed at all. Who is it? They are GU Immortals of Celestial Court. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang had vigilant expressions. They were not afraid, after all. Myriad Age Building was with them. The two Immortals of Celestial Court were Zhu Xiongxin and WNZ Hong. Friends from Wan Clan, please wait a moment. We are here to help Wan Clan. Zhu Xiongxin greeted them from afar. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Immediately, the two stopped in the air, concealing their joy and showing vigilance. The two Immortals of Celestial Court stopped when they were 1,000 steps away, expressing that they had no ill intentions. WNZ Hong did not speak. Zhu Xiongxin explained his intentions. Fang Clan joined the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, receiving the support of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They are trying to overthrow Western Desert's righteous path and turn the whole of Western Desert into a demonic den. Although Celestial Court is the leader of Central Continent, it cannot bear to watch such a situation. Thus it sent us to help you, to kill the demonic wind and restore peace to the 5 regions. Wan Hao Guang asked, how will Celestial Court help? If necessary, will Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally take action? These two questions were very crucial. Celestial Court's help was not a good thing for Wan Clan. If it was not handled well, Wan Clan's situation would worsen. They might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Why? Because Celestial Court was a Central Continent force, while this was Western Desert. Although the 5 regional walls had dissipated, in the hearts of GU Immortals, how could the 5 regional walls that had existed since the beginning of the world collapse so easily? If Celestial Court's GU Immortals personally intervened in Wan Clan's battle, then Wan Clan would be publicly recognized as a subordinate of Celestial Court, the bridgehead of Central Continent's forces in Western Desert. In this situation, Western Desert super forces would be extremely vigilant. they would all retreat. WAN clan would lose the legitimate reason to summon Western Desert's superforces. They would become a target that everyone would be on guard against. This way, the civil war between Western Desert's forces would turn into a situation where Fang Yuan and Fang clan faced off against Celestial Court and WAN clan. Zhu Xiongxin smiled. Don't worry, we Celestial Court's GU Immortals will not personally intervene in this battle against Fang clan. WAN Hao Guang and WAN Xiao immediately let out sighs of relief. Celestial Court's GU Immortals could not directly intervene. Next, Zhu Xiongxin continued, the conflict between WAN clan and Fang clan is Western Desert's internal affair. The reason why Celestial Court is supporting WAN clan is to deal with heaven-refining demon Venerable Guyue and Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan personally takes action, or sends his subordinates, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not just stand by and watch. At the same time, Celestial Court's immortals will also take action to protect the world's justice and peace. WAN Hao Guang and WAN Xiao could no longer hold back their joy. All along, what they were most wary of was the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan took action, which Western Desert superforce could resist him? None of them could withstand it. Celestial Court's guarantee immediately removed WAN clan's greatest worry. WAN clan would then summon Western Desert's forces, and after these forces learn of this situation, they would definitely take action and help WAN clan. WAN Xiao asked, Fang clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance after all. They used their resource points to exchange for a large number of immortal GU, and even formed a brand new immortal GU house. Now, they are crazily demolishing our clan's resource points. Their intentions are clear. In this situation, can Celestial Court sell some immortal GU to our WAN clan? WAN Hao Guang's eyes were also shining as he looked at Celestial Court's two immortals. Zhu Xiongxin sneered in his heart. Wishful thinking. Immortal GU are unique, Celestial Court's immortal GU are barely enough. Why would they sell them? At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. Immortal GU cannot be sold, but they can be rented. On the other hand, immortal killer moves and immortal GU recipes can also be considered for transactions. Zhu Xiongxin's following quotation immediately made WAN Xiao and WAN Hao Guang's expressions turn unsightly. Celestial Court's asking price was very high. WAN clan would have to bleed a lot to get anything. There is a price for upholding justice, friends. Zhu Xiongxin suddenly lowered his voice. In fact, Celestial Court still has an important sponsorship for WAN clan. It will definitely satisfy your clan. Oh, we would like to hear the details. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan was currently communicating with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Baizu, you clearly cultivate enslavement path. Why are you exchanging immortal GU with me for blood path? Fang Yuan smiled as he asked despite knowing the answer. Heavenly Lord Baizu was far away in northern plains, smiling bitterly. He muttered in his heart, do you think I am willing? But there was no other way. Giant Sun Immortal had personally summoned Heavenly Lord Baizu for the Blood Path Immortal GU transaction, asking him to be the middleman and communicate on his behalf. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu refuse? He was only a tiny rank 8 GU Immortal, and his clan was established in Northern Plains. He could only agree to Giant Sun Immortal's order. As the saying goes, one had to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. Heavenly Lord Baizu naturally had resentment towards Giant Sun Immortal, but at the same time, he also had resentment towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's declaration of great love had shocked the world. Fang Yuan announced that he was in contact with GU Immortals and forces of the 5 regions. Among them was the transaction with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was fake. Heavenly Lord Baizu was so scared that his skewers were burnt. Fang Yuan wanted to use this to sow discord and probe Giant Sun Immortal's reaction. Giant Sun Immortal's philosophy was to rule the world. Heavenly Lord Baizu was not his bloodline descendant. Baizu tribe had always been suppressed and ostracized by the Huang Jin tribes. This was Fang Yuan's plan to sow discord. Who knew, the Huang Jin tribes might join forces to kill Baizu tribe and cut off one of their own? Of course, this possibility was very small. The world did not lack smart people. But the cost of Fang Yuan's plan was too low. He only needed to say a few words. Moreover, how would he know if he did not try? Thus, Heavenly Lord Baizu did not have a good time during this period of time. He was a grand rank 8 GU immortal, but he was trembling in fear all day, afraid that Giant Sun Immortal would find trouble with him. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal found trouble with him and gave him a mission. Giant Sun Immortal's attitude was clear. Aren't you, Heavenly Lord Baizu, close to Fang Yuan? Then be my contact and exchange Blood Path Immortal GU. Use your actions and results to prove your loyalty to me, Giant Sun Immortal, to Longevity Heaven, and to the whole of Northern Plains Righteous Path. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt very wronged. When had he ever had a close transaction with Fang Yuan? It was clearly Chu Du and Fang Yuan who had something going on. What did this have to do with me, Heavenly Lord Baizu? I had even fought with Fang Yuan before. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Giant Sun Immortal did not mention this at all. He wanted him to take this mission. In fact, from Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, there were very few people who could do this. Longevity Heaven and Huang Jin tribes GU Immortals were excluded, because these people represented Giant Sun Immortal. But Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du were different. Lord Fang Yuan, you are great love Immortal Venerable, why are you toying with a minor character like me? Heavenly Lord Baizu lowered his stance. How can someone as wise as you not know my situation? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What Blood Path Immortal GU do you want? Chapter 2282. In this world, there were genes, oddities, sealed artifacts, runes, Taoism, major thousand realms. Zhongyi's identity alternated between the young sword grandmaster and the beautiful Yellow Springs queen. He traversed between reality and illusion, searching the past and the future. The hidden history would eventually be revealed, and the dead gods would soon be resurrected. This is a book written by a friend. If anyone is interested, please support it. Venerable GU recommends The Strange City of Rebirth currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2283. Giant Sun Immortal had instructed Heavenly Lord Baizu, as long as there was a possibility, he had to dig out all of Fang Yuan's Blood Path Immortal GU. But Heavenly Lord Baizu could not say that now. He mentioned 10 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan got the information and sneered. These Immortal GU included Bloodline Immortal GU, Blood Asset Immortal GU, Blood Skull Immortal GU, and Blood Chi Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had Bloodline Immortal GU. This Immortal GU originally belonged to Wu Clan. When Fang Yuan disguised himself as Wu Yihai, Wu Clan used Bloodline GU to test Fang Yuan's authenticity. Later, it was deceived by Fang Yuan and became his. It was not difficult for Giant Sun Immortal to obtain this information. Blood Asset Immortal GU also belonged to Fang Yuan. This was a GU created by the previous land spirit of Langya by combining some of the Blood Path GU recipes in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan obtained it from Lang Ya sect. Right now, this Blood Asset Immortal GU had already risen from rank 6 to rank 8, becoming one of the core Immortal GU of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. It was also one of the 4 elements. It had great significance. Blood Skull Immortal GU was also in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan originally had the rank 4 Blood Skull Mortal GU, he had used it to raise his aptitude. But Blood Skull Mortal GU had a high price. To raise a GU master's aptitude, he had to kill enough blood relatives. Back on Qing Maro Mountain, to raise his aptitude, Fang Yuan almost slaughtered the entire Guyue village. At GU Immortal level, the value of Blood Skull GU, which could raise aptitude, fell sharply. To many GU Immortals who fought alone, Blood Skull GU was of little value. But to a force, Blood Skull GU was extremely important. Fang Yuan thought, he himself would not benefit from the Blood Skull GU, but other people could use it. The 500 years of memories of his previous life told him that the Blood Skull Immortal GU true inheritance had been destroyed due to the changes in heaven and earth. Thus, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, when he helped many GU Immortal seeds undergo immortal ascension, he used natural inspiration to ask for a more complete incomplete Blood Skull Immortal GU recipe. Next, through his own deductions, he obtained Blood Skull Immortal Gu's recipe. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, Fang Yuan easily refined Blood Skull Immortal Gu. As he expected, Blood Skull Immortal Gu's effect was to raise aptitude. Because it was an Immortal Gu, it was effective on Gu immortals. The drawback was that he still needed to slaughter his own kin. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the larger the scale of slaughtering their kin, to the point where they would need to slaughter the Gu immortals' kin. As for Blood Qi Immortal Gu, it was in Fang Yuan's hands. Demon Immortal Qi Ju obtained the Blood Qi Immortal Gu true inheritance. He had once transacted with Fang Yuan and obtained the relevant Immortal Gu recipe from Fang Yuan. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju died, Fang Yuan refined it. His current rank was not high, it was only rank 6. Other than that, Fang Yuan had other Blood Path Immortal Gu. For example, Bloodstain Gu, Blood Vow Gu. These two Blood Path Immortal Essence were created by Eastern Sea's Blood Path Demonic Immortals, Ding Yang and Ding Qi. One was used for investigation, while the other was used for information path. Fang Yuan did not obtain these two Immortal Gu recipes from Ding Yang and Ding Qi, but he knew that these two Immortal Gu were destroyed. Using natural inspiration, he asked for a more complete Immortal Gu remnant recipe. Along with his own deductions, he refined it. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Bai Zhu, I have a large number of Blood Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan said to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly praised, Lord Fang Yuan plans for a rainy day, you have great foresight, as a refinement path venerable, you are the #1 refinement path venerable in history. I am filled with admiration. Fang Yuan chuckled, if you want to trade for Blood Path Immortal Gu, then use the primordial domain extraction method to exchange. Before Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu came to find Fang Yuan, he had been instructed by Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had told him about the primordial domain extraction method. From Giant Sun Immortal's point of view, Fang Yuan's desire for the primordial domain extraction method was obvious. Didn't he see that in jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan's primordial domain was still stored here? Fang Yuan had not extracted it yet, it could basically be determined that there was no primordial domain extraction method. Thus, this method was the greatest bargaining chip to purchase Blood Path Immortal Gu, it could be used well. As expected, Fang Yuan immediately suggested this primordial domain extraction method. Giant Sun Immortal was not wrong. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was secretly excited, the unease in his heart also dissipated greatly. He purposely remained silent for a while before replying to Fang Yuan, primordial domain extraction method? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu purposely showed a difficult expression. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, don't play tricks, since you were sent here by Giant Sun Immortal, did Giant Sun Immortal not take care of you? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's heart shook, he quickly straightened his posture. Lord Fang Yuan is wise and mighty, you have great insight, please forgive my offense. Fang Yuan lightly grunted, then use the primordial domain extraction method to purchase one of my Blood Path Immortal Gu. What? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was shocked, Fang Yuan was so greedy, he almost did not dare to believe it. Lord Fang Yuan, I think the primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable, I can safely exchange it for 10 Blood Path Immortal Gu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly said. Fang Yuan sneered, hehe, you are asking for too much, you are actually so greedy. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Fang Yuan did not need any primordial domain extraction method, he played around with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu while refining advanced refinement Gu. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, dozens of rivers were flying in the sky. Each river was filled with all kinds of immortal materials. The rivers converged at times, and separated at other times. In this refinement of rank 9 advanced refinement Gu, Fang Yuan mainly used the water refinement method. The core immortal Gu of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool rank 8 water refinement immortal Gu, had been injected with immortal essence since the start of the refinement, almost without stopping. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu slowly recovered and started to lower the price. Lord Fang Yuan, you must know that I am extremely sincere. The primordial domain extraction method is extremely rare, you must know that. To you, this primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable. It is what you need the most now. And just 10 blood path immortal GU are not important to you at all. You are a refinement path immortal venerable. Can't you refine any immortal GU with just a thought? Fang Yuan sneered, his attitude quickly turned cold. Back then, I transacted primordial domain with giant sun immortal. Shouldn't he have given me the primordial domain extraction method? Now that I can't extract the primordial domain, I have yet to settle the score with him, but he actually shamelessly wants to sell this thing. I am a grand refinement path venerable. Can't I deduce a rank 9 refinement path killer move to treat the primordial domain as an immortal material and extract the primordial domain? Heavenly Lord Baizu quickly said, Lord Fang Yuan, please don't be angry. Shut up. Fang Yuan continued, go back and tell that giant Sunday. I am refining blood path immortal GU to make things difficult for him. He wants to cultivate blood path as well? I will continue to refine more blood path immortal GU. Unless he first takes out the primordial domain extraction method and gives it to me, so that I can see how much sincerity he has. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not dare to speak anymore. He sighed and contacted Giant Sun Immortal. After Giant Sun Immortal learned of this, he immediately scolded, Fang Yuan, you are so arrogant, you dare to threaten me like this. Heavenly Lord Baizu, you are also a trash. Cowering like this, don't you know that you are negotiating with Fang Yuan on my behalf? Heavenly Lord Baizu could only say, Lord Giant Sun, it is my fault. I do not have Huang Jin bloodline, my ability is shallow. Enough. Giant Sun Immortal interrupted him, precisely because you do not have Huang Jin bloodline and your ability is shallow, I am giving you these opportunities to temper yourself and increase your ability. Heavenly Lord Baizu, Giant Sun Immortal continued, continue negotiating with Fang Yuan, the primordial domain extraction method. I will absolutely not give it away. Tell Fang Yuan that among the 3 venerables, his progress is the slowest, and he has the least immortal essence. Advise him to judge the situation and cooperate with me. There will be great benefits, it can make up for the gap. A wise man should be able to see the situation clearly. Heavenly Lord Baizu asked again, then, Lord Giant Sun, how many blood path immortal GU can the primordial domain extraction method be exchanged for? Giant Sun Immortal was silent for a while. Hearing Heavenly Lord Baizu's words, Fang Yuan's plan was to deduce a rank 9 killer move using the refinement path venerable's foundation and extract the primordial domain. Although this method was time-consuming and laborious, it was indeed feasible. This way, the price of the primordial domain extraction method could not be so high. But as for the price, in Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the more the better. Thus, he reprimanded Heavenly Lord Baizu, how many blood path immortal GU can be exchanged for will depend on how hard you work and how loyal you are to my longevity heaven. Go, I will wait and see. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt extremely gloomy, he was under huge pressure and contacted Fang Yuan again. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, there was a problem with the refinement path immortal materials processing. Fang Yuan was currently dividing the rivers and getting rid of some of them. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled, Lord Fang Yuan, I really cannot give you the primordial domain extraction method. But since you feel 10 blood path immortal GU is too much, how about 8? Fang Yuan did not have the mood to talk with Heavenly Lord Baizu, he immediately scolded, Little Baizu, I am a grand venerable, why would I bargain with you? Do you think I am a commoner? Heavenly Lord Baizu scolded inwardly, he quickly said, I wouldn't dare. Fang Yuan added, put aside the primordial domain extraction method, since you want to purchase blood path immortal GU, take out more primordial domain. This, Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan, what are you staring blankly for, can you make the decision? Go back and ask for instructions. Heavenly Lord Baizu was furious, he, a grand rank 8 GU immortal, had actually become a messenger. And both sides of the messenger were venerables, he could not afford to offend them. He could only swallow this anger and go back to look for Giant Sun Immortal. As expected of Fang Yuan, such a greedy person. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He indeed had a large number of primordial domain with him, but these primordial domains had little value to him, after all, he he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal mainly cultivated luck path and also cultivated blood path. It was already his limit. But these primordial domains could be used by Giant Sun Immortal to nurture his subordinates. It is not impossible to use them to transact with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal pondered for a moment before informing Heavenly Lord Baizu of this decision. Heavenly Lord Baizu contacted Fang Yuan again. Lord Fang Yuan, Lord? He tried many times, but Fang Yuan ignored him. Heavenly Lord Baizu, at this time, in the sovereign immortal aperture, dozens of rivers merged together, creating countless waves. In the vast water flow, a brand new advanced refinement GU slowly rose. It was at rank 9 level. PS. All the typos and bugs in section 277 to 285 have been corrected. Chapter 2284. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and found that the Immortal GU looked no different from the rank 8 Immortal GU. However, the truth was, it had undergone a qualitative change. This was Fang Yuan's second rank 9 Immortal GU. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would also become a rank 9 Immortal GU house because of this. Rank 9 Immortal GU house. Such an Immortal GU house could be counted on one hand in the history of humanity. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was the most famous one, but with the destruction of rank 9 Fate GU, it was no longer one of them. Once I finish modifying it, rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU can be placed in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool again. This Immortal GU house would also undergo a qualitative change. If there is an Immortal GU house ranking, it will definitely be at the top. Fang Yuan assessed internally. If it was before, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool might be on par with Divine Empressity, but once it became a true rank 9, it would definitely suppress Divine Empressity. After all, Divine Empressity did not have rank 9 Immortal GU. Of course, Fang Yuan had to modify 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool so that it could match rank 9 Advanced Refinement Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was a refinement path Venerable, a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. It was not difficult for him to modify this. Fang Yuan temporarily put down Advanced Refinement Immortal GU and inspected himself. As he had expected, because he had a second rank 9 Immortal GU, the net of heaven path Dao marks left on him by obscured heavenly secret were expending twice as fast as before. This showed how much help rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU would bring to Fang Yuan. It had a huge significance and could influence many things in the future. It would be much easier for Fang Yuan to refine rank 8 Immortal GU in the future. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal have expended a lot of immortal essence. They need to use it to refine natural Dao marks. They will not investigate like before. This greatly reduces the pressure of obscured heavenly secret. Fang Yuan was very clear that this was the limit of the killer move obscured heavenly secret. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine the third rank 9 Immortal GU now, obscured heavenly secret might be able to help him conceal it in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would not be able to conceal it. The killer move's power would be completely depleted. So, should I refine or not? If I were to refine a third rank 9 Immortal GU, which one should I refine? Fang Yuan calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He was now facing internal and external troubles. First of all, the sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. Because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently, and the entire immortal aperture's ecology was very unstable. Because of the severe losses in Crazed Demon Cave, there were too few GU immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. They could only barely maintain stability. Next were calamities and tribulations. To become a supremacy, one had to undergo a tribulation. Among the 3 Venerables, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Dao marks. Their immortal aperture's time flow could not be altered using time path methods. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, accelerated Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus twice when he was refining it. Because of this, He Chun Chio's Time Path clone's Time Path Foundation was almost completely destroyed. For a period of time, Fang Yuan could not change the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow. If he tried again, it would trigger a chain reaction and cause abnormal situations to erupt, forming terrifying calamities and tribulations that engulfed the entire sovereign immortal aperture. This was because a time path killer move that could change the entire sovereign immortal aperture had to be of high rank. To be effective, it had to be engraved or altered by many time path Dao marks. The sudden change of time path Dao marks would cause a chain reaction in the sovereign immortal aperture, causing changes that Fang Yuan could not deduce clearly, resulting in huge losses. If it caused losses, the losses would be huge. Fang Yuan had used landscape as before with the year essence pool to recover, but he could not use it now. Because the year essence pool's water of the river of time had only been rapidly poured in recently. The essence of this method was still time path Dao marks. The chaotic time path Dao marks would cause abnormal situations to erupt. Using any time path killer move would only add fuel to the fire. To reduce this concern, I need to at least create the first ring of time path Dao veins. The third concern was the sovereign immortal body's food. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus GU. It needed to consume immortal apertures of the same rank to feed it. Right now, Fang Yuan's cultivation level had risen to rank 9, he needed to consume rank 9 immortal apertures. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were Fang Yuan's food. But the difficulty of this was extremely high. Of course, Fang Yuan was not unprepared. He had plotted against the revived Paradise Earth in Crazed Demon Cave. Before Paradise Earth died, he was only a hair's breadth away from rank 9, his corpse still had a rank 8 immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal aperture could be considered quasi-rank 9. And because it cultivated Heaven Path, this immortal aperture displayed a special ability, it could actually form its own body and was very stable. Normally speaking, after a GU immortal died, their immortal aperture would become unstable, it would fall into the world and open its entrance, absorbing a vast amount of heaven and earth chi to form a blessed land or grotto heaven. But Paradise Earth's quasi-rank 9 Heaven Path immortal aperture was very special, it was very stable. If there is no other way in the future, I will split a part of my soul and use Paradise Earth's body to create a heavenly venerable clone. Then, I will let this clone undergo tribulation and become a Heaven Path venerable, before annexing his rank 9 immortal aperture. Paradise Earth's corpse was Fang Yuan's food. Of course, this was a bit extravagant. If possible, Fang Yuan still hoped to have a heavenly venerable clone to help him at all times. The three concerns were the sovereign immortal aperture, calamities and tribulations, and food. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had external threats. The external threats were venerables. Fang Yuan had secretly refined 2 rank 9 immortal GU, this was his greatest advantage now. But the other venerables also had advantages. The number of Dao marks refined by Giant Sun Immortal was definitely the highest among the 3 venerables. In his territory, he could fight 1 against 2 and hold the upper hand. The amplification of external Dao marks was huge. And even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inferior to Giant Sun Immortal in this aspect, the number of Wisdom Path Dao marks refined was clearly higher than Fang Yuan's. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could guess that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely modifying her killer moves. Fang Yuan had almost no achievements in this aspect. He had 2 newly refined rank 9 immortal GU that were still warm, but he did not have a single rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's attainment in deducing killer moves was also far below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If the 3 venerables fought now, Fang Yuan's 2 rank 9 immortal GU would not be able to provide any direct help. The 2 venerables had something that Fang Yuan was envious of. Giant Sun Immortal had Longevity Heaven, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Celestial Court. The 2 venerables had headquarters, as long as they hid in them, they would have a huge amplification, they would have the might of a true Tao Lord. Even if the other 2 venerables cooperated sincerely, they would not be able to do anything. This was an undefeatable position. No matter how the situation collapsed, as long as they had this headquarters, they would have a foothold and hope of counterattacking. But Fang Yuan did not have such a thing. The sovereign immortal aperture was unstable to begin with. How could he use it as a battlefield? His foundation in this aspect could not compare to the other two venerables. After all, the two venerables had become venerables in their previous lives, while Fang Yuan was not even a rank 8 GU immortal in his previous life. The main reason was that in Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate GU was still around, Providence had purposely arranged for it, the venerables made arrangements, Fang Yuan could not go against heaven. Thus, if Fang Yuan lost, he would have no place to settle down. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time but could not make a decision. There was a crucial point in front of him. Whether he chose to refine or not, it would have a huge impact on his future plans. For example, if he chose to refine a rank 9 immortal GU that could be used in battle, Fang Yuan might have to personally attack and suppress the other venerables, expending their immortal essence and expanding his own immortal essence advantage. If he did not refine, the obscured heavenly secret could still last for some time. Using this time, Fang Yuan could secretly accumulate more advantages. It was up to Fang Yuan now. Insufficient information, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Unlike the battle in Crazed Demon Cave that had just ended, the venerables had developed for some time, their trump cards and methods had changed. The situation was not clear, it was not easy to make such a decision. Another advantage of choosing a direct confrontation was that he could forcefully obtain information. But Fang Yuan was suppressing two venerables at the same time, it felt a little unreliable. The other side had a headquarters, and if the two venerables were forced to work together, could Fang Yuan deal with them? As the confrontation between the three venerables continued to drag on, the importance of information became more obvious. Fang Yuan was not proficient in this aspect. Information Path was best at gathering information. Fang Yuan had never had a good achievement in this aspect. This was not to say that he had not grown in this aspect. Even though Li Xiaobai had high hopes placed on him in the past, he was only one of Fang Yuan's chess pieces now. Fang Yuan's current foundation was still effective in probing ordinary GU immortals or super forces. It was just that his information path attainment could not keep up with his development. Now that he was dealing with two venerables, he was very weak in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal was probing him, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deducing him, but Fang Yuan could not retaliate in this aspect. While Fang Yuan was thinking deeply, Western Desert's situation was changing rapidly. Wan Xiao, Wan Hao Guang, Sun Wang, Wan Zi Hong, Zhu Xiongxin, and the rest came to Xiao Clan's headquarters Blessed Land. Everyone, I know the reason for your visit. Fang Clan has gone insane, their entire clan has fallen into the demonic path, they are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. My Xiao Clan is willing to cooperate with Wan Clan to recover their lost land. Xiao Yi Hu, as the representative of Xiao Clan, immediately expressed his intentions. Wan Clan's group thus successfully formed an alliance with Xiao Clan. After some discussion, Wan Clan was willing to cede Visualization Oasis, Fragrant Wind Flying Island, Black Yellow Earth Pool, and other resource points. Xiao Clan sent Xiao Yi Hu and several other Xiao Clan experts. At the same time, the Celestial Court would provide funds to replenish the immortal Yuan Stone. Furthermore, the Celestial Court guaranteed that if Heaven Refining Demon Venerable acted personally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely defend Western Desert's righteous path forces. With Zhu Xiongxin and Wan Zi Hong's active participation, a Western Desert Righteous Path alliance targeting Fang Clan was rapidly forming. Literature Museum. Chapter 2285. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Mermaid Immortal Yuzi's face was pale as she looked at the flying sand cave in front of her, gasping for breath. The arrangement is finally complete. Yuzi muttered. The Rockman Gu Immortal Shasan thanked her. Yuzi cultivates water path, it is truly difficult for you to arrange this kind of earth path resource point. But it's impossible for me to succeed if I were to do it alone. Rockmen were most proficient in earth path. This was the innate talent of their race. Originally, Shasan Bai and Shagua Bai had agreed to complete this kind of earth path resource point arrangement mission together. But not long ago, Fang Yuan ordered several Rockman GU Immortals to be sent out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Shasan Bai had no choice but to wait for others to cooperate with him. In the end, it was Yu Zi who came. Although Yu Zi was a Water Path GU Immortal, she was still a Rank 7 GU Immortal. With Shasan Bai as the leader and Yu Zi as the support, the two worked together and spent close to 10 days before they finally arranged this resource point and completed the mission. Seeing Shasan Bai thank her, Yu Zi quickly said some humble words with a very polite attitude. She actually had her own plans. Flying Sand Cave, this kind of resource point, can be used as an earth vein node. After this kind of resource point is arranged, Lord Fang Yuan's clone will personally come to set up an immortal formation and turn this resource point into an earth vein node. This is a good opportunity for me to meet Lord Fang Yuan. Ever since Yu Zi saw Fang Yuan's main body, her fighting spirit had been shaken. But after this period of time, she had thought it through. She did not have any extravagant hopes of getting together with Fang Yuan's main body. She placed her attention on Fang Yuan's clones. As long as she could get on Fang Yuan's good side and become one of Fang Yuan's fiancés, the Merfolk status would immediately be stabilized like an immovable mountain. Moreover, with this relationship, the Merfolk's development would be greatly guaranteed. It was because of this that Yu Zi accepted this mission and cooperated with Shasan Bai. A figure suddenly appeared in the horizon. "It's Lord Wu Shuai," Shasan Bai said respectfully. "It's coming, it's coming." Wu Shuai is Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. Yu Zi's heart raced as she encouraged herself. The future of the Merfolk race would depend on her to fight for it. Yu Zi hurriedly swept her eyes over her attire. This time, she wore a rare pearl necklace that could constantly emit the fragrance of the sea breeze. Her colorful dress accentuated her slender figure, and her bright and spotless fish scales gave off a pure and flawless feeling. Yu Zi nodded in satisfaction in her heart, and then she gathered her spirits and spun her beautiful eyes while revealing a faint smile on her face, and she tried her best to reveal her beautiful and moving side. Shasan Bai was dumbfounded. He instantly understood the Mermaid Immortal's plan. When Wu Shuai arrived above the Flying Sand Cave, Yu Zi said softly, "Greetings Lord Wu Shuai." This voice caused Shasan Bai to shiver, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Wu Shuai nodded lightly. He glanced at the two of them before activating an investigative killer move to inspect the flying sand tunnel. After inspecting it 3 times, Wu Shuai said in satisfaction, "Not bad, you have arranged this flying sand tunnel very well." Saying so, Wu Shuai mobilized Immortal GU, Mortal GU, and many immortal materials to set up the immortal formation. Yu Zi carefully sized up Wu Shuai. He had a broad body and handsome face. His tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. His dragon eyes were amber in color, he had a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead, and his body was covered in pure golden dragon scales that shone brightly. It was closer to the beauty of Merfolk. Lord Fang Yuan is truly peerless in beauty, Yu Zi praised in her heart. The beauty that Fang Yuan's main body gave her was a kind of shock, a feeling that she could only worship and look up to. It made Yu Zi feel ashamed of her inferiority. And Wu Shuai's heroic appearance moved her heart. Several hours later, Wu Shuai finished setting up the immortal formation. Lord Wu Shuai has amazing methods indeed. Setting up the immortal formation is as easy as blowing off dust. Yu Zi immediately praised. Wu Shuai smiled. "I cannot make a conclusion yet, it depends on the actual effect. Step back and pay attention to your safety." The first activation of a newly created formation was rather dangerous. If the killer move collapsed, the GU Immortal would suffer a backlash. If the immortal formation collapsed, not only would the GU Immortal suffer a backlash, it would also cause the surrounding environment to change. After all, the formation was closely connected to the surrounding environment. Especially the formation of this kind of resource point. Once it collapsed, the huge amount of Dao marks in the resource point would change, and the damage would be huge. This was even more so in the environment of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This was all from experience. There had been several failures in setting up the immortal formation, causing chaos in the Dao marks and the environment to change. The loss of resource points was a small matter, but there were also terrifying abnormal situations. Wu Shuai carefully activated the formation. He cultivated enslavement path after all. The reason why he could set up the formation was because he shared his formation path attainment level with his main body. Thus, once a flaw appeared in the formation, it would be hard for Wu Shuai to deal with it with his methods. He was not a formation path GU immortal after all. The immortal formation started to activate. There were no accidents for the time being. Wu Shuai's gaze was like a torch. He did not relax. After a few breaths of time, Yuzi could not endure it anymore. She boldly approached Wu Shuai and said with a worshipful expression, "Lord Wu Shuai, this immortal formation seems to have no problems." Wu Shuai did not look at her. He frowned slightly and sniffed. "What is this smell?" Yuzi's expression turned joyful. She was just about to pretend to be shy and say that this was the fragrance of pearls. But right at this time, there was a loud sound. Large amounts of stench gushed out of the flying sand cave. The surrounding 10 li was filled with an incomparably foul stench. Yuzi's expression was pale. She almost vomited on the spot. Her pearl fragrance was completely drowned, and the pure white pearl necklace was completely dyed black. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. "Don't worry, this is the stench of the earth's lungs." This flying sand cave was moved here, but the methods used were not up to standard, causing the poisonous air to accumulate in the cave. But now, it's all good. My great formation has automatically expelled it, and all the hidden dangers are gone. Congratulations, Lord Wu Shuai. Shasan Bai quickly cheered. Yuzi forcefully endured the stench and also praised. This is all thanks to Lord Wu Shuai's outstanding methods. She boldly moved closer, trying her best to attract Wu Shuai's gaze. But right at this time, lumps of sand and rocks shot out from the flying sand cave. These sand and rocks were filled with moisture. They were not dry because the stench of the earth's lungs was still filled with a foul stench. Clumps of sand and stones flew into the air, and then immediately fell on the surrounding desert, making pitter-patter sounds. It was like she was having diarrhea. Yuzi looked at the sand and rocks in the air. Her heart was like dead ashes. In this situation, no matter how dazzling she was, Wu Shuai would not feel moved. After the sand and rocks shot out for a while, it became normal again. Large amounts of fine and dense dry sand spewed out from the flying sand cave. The sand flew high up into the sky, about 100 feet above the ground. Then, like a drizzle, it sprinkled down. These were flying sand. They were immortal materials. They were very light. Even though they were only rank 6 immortal materials, there was a lot of them. Under the effect of the formation, the flying sand cave had already become one of the earth vein nodes. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction, saying with a joyful tone, "This way, the sovereign immortal aperture's earth vein has already completed the second circle." Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, even though it was also the second circle, there were very few nodes back then. How could it be as large as now? "I absolutely believe that this world will get better and better," Yuzi echoed with deep sympathy. Wu Shuai took a glance at her before turning back to look at Shasan Bai, before flying away. Yuzi and Shasan Bai quickly sent him off. Only when Wu Shuai vanished into the horizon did Yuzi retract her gaze and sigh deeply. She could not conceal her deep disappointment. Shasan Bai smiled internally. He knew the mermaid's intentions but did not look down on her. The mermaids had already stayed in the sovereign immortal aperture for some time. This period of time was neither long nor short. The mermaid GU immortals' performance could be said to be very conscientious. Almost all the GU immortals acknowledged them. The weak relied on the strong to survive. This was a wise survival strategy in Shasan Bai's opinion. He did not have any enmity. After all, the rockmen were all males. There was no competitive relationship between them. Thus, Shasan Bai pretended not to know. "Next, I will continue to set up an Earth Path resource point. Fairy Yuzi, are you willing to continue working with me?" Shasan Bai naturally hoped to cooperate with Earth Path GU immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was really lacking in manpower. After all, Yuzi had worked with him before. They had some tacit understanding. Yuzi inquired about it in detail before tactfully rejecting Shasan Bai with a difficult expression. The following Earth Path resource point could not bear the burden of the Earth Vein node. It also meant that without seeing Fang Yuan's clone, Yuzi would not have much motivation. Shasan Bai was quite understanding and suggested, In my opinion, Fairy, you should take a good rest. Yuzi immediately felt strange. Only one thought appeared in her mind: GU immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture can rest. Yuzi had lived here for some time. She had already realized that the GU immortals here were all workaholics. What was rest? Now, this was the first time she had heard the word rest from the GU immortals here. Shi-san smiled and said, "This is just a little bit of my personal experience. The mission board is not empty, there are endless missions, and we lack manpower. Most of the time, we are not proficient in them, but we have no choice but to complete them. Fairy, you cultivate water path, it is very strenuous for you to set up an earth path resource point. You can only display 20% of your full strength, and you feel stifled. So next, I suggest you take on some missions that will allow you to display your strength to the fullest, that way, you can relieve your depression." Yuzi quickly nodded, expressing her thanks. But she was already vomiting blood in her heart. As expected, the so-called rest is still to do missions. These GU immortals do not seem to know what is true rest. Sleep. I have not slept for more than 10 days. I have only slept 5 times since coming here, and each time it was not even 4 hours. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Why are there so many Earth Path resource points in this period of time? I am already disgusted with the arrangement of these resource points. I hope there will be some Water Path resource points next. Thinking of this, Yuzi almost wanted to slap herself in anger. What are you thinking about? What other resource points do I need? I hope there are no resource points. There will be fewer missions. They will be completed by other GU immortals. Let me sleep. I really want to have a complete sleep. Chapter 2286. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Fang Clan's immortals were all present, all of them had ashen expressions. The atmosphere in the discussion hall was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. According to the information we just received, WN Clan's group paid a visit to Qin Clan. They have already sent Qin Lang to join the battle. Qin Lang was a famous expert in Western Desert's GU Immortal world. He had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path. His signature method was Clear Whirlpool. Once used, it could make the world clear and bright. This means that WN Clan's alliance against my Fang Clan has already included Xiao Clan, Qin Clan, Sun Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, and Tang Clan. Sun Clan's representative is Sun Wang. Although this person's battle strength is lacking, he is extremely proficient in investigative killer moves. Gong Clan's GU Immortal is Gong Jiaoche. Everyone here should know of his famous battle achievements. Shi Clan's GU Immortal is Shi Kang. He has recently become a famous expert. His defense is extremely strong. Tang Clan's GU Immortal is Tang Lan Ku. She is a Time Path GU Immortal. She has always been in charge of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Although she is not famous, since Tang Clan gave her such an important task, her strength is definitely not ordinary. The biggest supporter is still Xiao Clan. Xiao Clan has sent Xiao Yi Hu. That's right, this person had a fortuitous encounter when he was young. He obtained a GU Immortal True Inheritance and an incomplete Immortal GU House. Xiao Yi Hu used this to become a GU Immortal. He used Xiao Clan's strength to repair the Immortal GU House and changed his name to Xiao Yi Hu. According to rumors, his Dark Path Immortal GU House chamber pot is extremely vicious. Although it is small, it can forcefully trap GU Immortals inside. If the GU Immortal cannot break free, they will turn into a pile of T after being trapped in this pot for a night. Fang Clan's Immortals conversed. They felt huge pressure. Western Desert had a total of 14 superforces: Shi Clan, Xiao Clan, Tian Clan, Fang Clan, Dawn Clan, WN Clan, Sun Clan, Mo Clan, Tang Clan, Qin Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, Zhuqiu Clan, and Tuoba Clan. If the mysterious secluded Yi Clan was included, there were 15 superforces. Fang Clan was only one of them. There was no accurate ranking of the superforces' strength. Western Desert was not like Southern Border. Southern Border's Wu Clan was the strongest. It had been tested for a long time and was publicly recognized by GU Immortals. A superforce's strength consisted of many aspects, like GU Immortals, resources, Immortal GU houses, and others. And in these areas, there were strengths and weaknesses. In reality, superpowers competed with each other, allied with each other, or were enemies with each other. There were many factors involved, making it difficult for superpowers to compare one another. Of course, there would be a vague understanding. For example, in Western Desert's GU Immortal World, Xiao Clan and Tian Clan's strength was generally looked upon favorably by GU Immortals. Because in the past peaceful times, these two clans had the biggest businesses, they had many GU Immortals and rank 8 experts. Fang Clan's strength was actually not bad. Fang Clan had rank 8 GU Immortal Fang Gong who controlled 3 Immortal GU houses, and now they had an Earthpath Immortal GU house. If they could control Divine Bin Palace, Fang Clan would become the overlord of Western Desert's GU Immortal World. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Now, Fang Clan was facing the alliance of all the other super forces. These super clans only needed to send 1 or 2 GU Immortals to make Fang Clan suffer. If they mobilized more Immortal GU houses, they would not need all the super forces, just a third of them would be enough to surpass Fang Clan's Immortal GU house. Right now, WAN Clan had only contacted a portion of the super forces. Fang Clan's GU Immortals felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. While the Immortals were discussing, Fang Lung also spoke. Everyone, don't forget that we still have to face the most terrifying enemy, Celestial Court. Although according to the information, Celestial Court's GU Immortals have clearly stated that they will not interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs, it is precisely because of their guarantee that we cannot use Great Love Immortal Venerable's prestige to make those Western Desert superclans completely dispel their last layer of apprehension. What worries me the most is that Celestial Court sent 2 rank 8 GU Immortals. One of them is WNZ Hong, a famous demonic path expert in Western Desert's history. Once WNZ Hong was mentioned, Fang Clan's GU Immortals immediately understood Fang Lung's meaning. Don't tell me this WNZ Hong is related to WAN Clan? WNZ Hong is a demonic path GU Immortal. There is no evidence that she is related to WAN Clan by blood. But without evidence, we can create evidence. If we really confirm that WNZ Hong is a member of Western Desert's WN Clan, then Celestial Court will have an official reason to interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs. Although this possibility is small, we have to guard against it. Many people nodded at Fang Lung's words. Fang Gong felt gratified. He had nurtured Fang Lung as his successor and watched him mature day by day, especially during this period of time. His growth was very obvious. At this time, Fang Yun spoke. In my opinion, our clan needs to seek Great Love Immortal Venerable's help. As long as this lord makes a move, no matter how many Western Desert superclans come, they will not be a problem. Only Great Love Immortal Venerable can contend against Celestial Court Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yun was Fang Di Chang's successor. Different from Fang Lung's simple question, he directly stated the conclusion in his heart. During the period when Fang Di Chang was captured, Fang Yun was the person in charge of Fang Clan's Wisdom Path faction. This kind of experience not only gave him a lot of experience, it also increased his authority in the Fang Clan. As for why he ignored Giant Sun Immortal, it was because Fang Clan could not establish a connection with Giant Sun Immortal. In fact, even if they established a connection, Giant Sun Immortal would be suspicious. After all, Fang Clan and Fang Yuan's relationship was too deep. Great Love Immortal Venerable has already sent several Rockman GU Immortals, but they are only responsible for receiving resource points. It is not that our clan did not request them before, but Great Love Immortal Venerable does not seem to want to interfere. Fang Lung frowned as he answered. Fang Clan placed some resource points in Jewel Yellow Skies and openly transacted with Fang Yuan. Another batch of resource points were secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. This naturally could not be done through Jewel Yellow Skies. The biggest disadvantage of Jewel Yellow Skies was that it would be completely exposed. Resource points were countable and recorded. Only transactions in the dark could be concealed. The possibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable taking action personally is too low, and our clan cannot afford to pay such a price. At this time, Fang Di Chang finally spoke. He had been silent all along. Besides him, Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng were also doing this. These three were the true authorities of Fang Clan. They would not easily express their thoughts. They were also giving Fang Yun, Fang Leng, and the others a chance to train themselves. Super forces were different from lone GU immortals. They usually placed great emphasis on nurturing their younger generation GU immortals. Once Fang Dichang spoke, everyone else shut up. They stared at Fang Dichang quietly, their gazes showing clear trust. Fang Dichang suddenly smiled as he continued, "Don't worry, I have already deduced. The possibility of star constellation Immortal Venerable taking action is extremely low. During the confrontation, Venerables will try to avoid fighting each other directly. They will not take action because of us. Don't overestimate yourself. In the eyes of a Venerable, we are as insignificant as ants." Fang Clan's immortals listened quietly and nodded. Most of them had strange expressions. This might be the first time they felt glad that they were too weak and were looked down upon. Next, Fang Dichang changed the topic. "But we still need to transact with Fang Yuan. We need to rely on Fang Yuan, like before, to exchange for more support from here." Fang Gong immediately understood the meaning behind his words and frowned. "Ever since we invaded WN Clan's territory, we have already taken out many of WN Clan's resource points to transact with Fang Yuan in exchange for Immortal GU and so on. Fang Yuan has sent Rockman GU Immortals to receive them day and night, but they are still too busy." Fang Dichang shook his head, "But it is not enough, we need more Immortal GU houses. Once the battle starts, you will be the only rank 8 in our clan. And WN Clan's alliance army will likely have several of them. Even if they do not have them now, once the battle situation turns bad, they will reinforce us at any time. So, we need Immortal GU houses. Only then can Fang Clan's rank 6 and rank 7 GU houses be of use. Only then can they protect their lives in the battlefield and to a certain extent rely on the Immortal GU houses to advance and retreat freely." Fang Clan's immortals were silent. Fang Dichang heaved a sigh. "We can all see the current situation is very grim. Our Fang Clan is standing against all of Western Desert's righteous path. We cannot directly raise our cultivation level, and we do not have enough Immortal Yuan Stone, but the Celestial Court can provide Immortal Yuan Stone. We need to deal a heavy blow to this wave of anti-Fang Alliance army and cause them huge losses. Otherwise, even if we manage to survive this crisis, there will be a second and third wave of anti-Fang Alliance army. How many waves can our Fang Clan resist? In fact, we can only resist this first wave, and we have already used all our strength." This is a penetrating insight. Fang Huasheng praised. Fang Dichang took the opportunity to propose the transaction of Black-Yellow Earth Pool and the other 2 resource points. Fang Clan's immortals were greatly shaken. Black-Yellow Earth Pool is a super resource point. It is absolutely extraordinary. It is WAN Clan's #1 resource point, WAN Clan's pride. Are we going to sell it so easily? The long-term profits will be extremely impressive. Fang Dichang did not speak, he only looked at Fang Gong. Fang Gong pondered for a moment before saying directly, "I agree, let's do this." Fang Dichang smiled lightly. At the crucial moment, Fang Gong did not disappoint him. He continued, "We can discuss other resource points later, but we must openly trade this Black-Yellow Earth Pool with Fang Yuan." "Hey! Good plan." Fang Yun immediately reacted, his eyes shining brightly. When they learned of Fang Clan's decision, Shiguo Bai and the rest were shocked. Fang Clan's resolution is too deep. Most importantly, we have no way to demolish such a super resource point. Shiguo Bai and the other Rockman GU immortals felt awkward. They only had rank 7 cultivation level, while this super resource point was at rank 8 level. Don't worry, Great Love Alliance leader has already expected this. Lu Weiyin's sudden appearance immediately dispelled the awkwardness of the Rockman GU immortals. Lu Weiyin had joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He naturally came here on Fang Yuan's orders. His defense was top-notch among pseudo-venerables. He could match the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Moreover, he cultivated Earth Path. It was not difficult for him to demolish Black-Yellow Earth Pool. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be seen that Lu Weiyin was the most suitable person to go to Western Desert. Chapter 2287. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was roaming around in jewel yellow skies. She looked at the distant primordial domain, as well as Fang Yuan's will above it, and fell into hesitation. Should I transact with Fang Yuan as well? During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had been cultivating in the depths of Earth Trench, risking her life to explore. There were often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around underground. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters amidst the risks. During this period of time, Bai Ningbing had collected many immortal materials, and also discovered many natural resource points, most of which were Earth Path. Refining immortal GU is too difficult. If I can borrow Fang Yuan's strength, it will definitely be of great help to me. Bai Ningbing was gradually moved. According to her understanding of Fang Yuan would basically agree to her request. But Bai Ningbing had her misgivings. On one hand, she could not directly dismantle these Earth Path resource points and put them into jewel yellow skies. Bai Ningbing mainly cultivated ice and snow path, and as a dragon man with enslavement path talent, she did not have any suitable immortal GU to excavate Earth Path resource points. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing was worried that the secret of the rich resources deep underground would be exposed, and Fang Yuan's greed would be aroused. Fang Yuan might not do it himself, but if he sent his subordinates, Bai Ningbing would feel uneasy. After all, Shen Shong and Lu Weiyin had joined Fang Yuan. Just as Bai Ningbing was hesitating, an Earth Path resource point suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. Next, a treasure light burst out of this Earth Path resource point, forming a huge pillar of light that soared to the sky. This is a super resource point. Even with Bai Ningbing's vast knowledge, she was greatly shocked. At this moment, all the wills and divine senses of the GU immortals in jewel yellow skies were fluctuating intensely. Oh my god, am I seeing things? A super resource point, an Earth Path super resource point. This kind of resource point is something that even super forces will fight for, but it was actually sold here? Unimaginable. Which prodigal would do such a thing? How can we live like this? No matter which prodigal it is, who should he sell these resource points to? Who else could it be? It must be Great Love Immortal Venerable. Sure enough, as the immortals expected, this Earth Path super resource point was successfully taken over by Fang Yuan's will. Soon, the resource points were moved from jewel yellow skies to the sovereign immortal aperture. A public transaction was completed. The jewel yellow skies were still shaking. The Fang clan of the Western Desert and Fang Yuan have made a public deal. It's Fang clan that sold this Earth Path super resource point. I've found out. This super resource point is the black-yellow Earth Pond. It originally didn't belong to Fang clan but WAN clan's #1 resource point. So it's an item from the WAN clan. I understand now. WAN clan has been visiting the Western Desert Righteous Path superpowers to form an anti-Fang alliance. Fang clan is really ruthless to sell this resource point. The GU immortals of the 5 regions were discussing this matter. The WAN clan soon found out. How can this be? WN Zui Qing's eyes were red with hatred as he gritted his teeth. Fang clan is too despicable, too despicable. WAN Xiao's expression was ashen. This was a typical case of a child selling his father's land without any pain. Fang clan did not touch their super resource point, they directly sold WAN clan's super resource point. They even chose to make a public transaction. This scheme was really vicious. WAN Hao Guang also had a headache. This was because he had already negotiated with the Xiao family about the black-yellow Earth Pond. Xiao clan sent several GU immortal experts to participate in the Anti-Fang alliance and formed a close alliance with WAN clan in the future to help the heavily injured WAN clan regain their territory. But now, the black-yellow Earth Pond was gone, it was sold to Fang Yuan by Fang clan. Who was Fang Yuan? Great Love Immortal Venerable. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Did WAN clan dare to ask for the black-yellow Earth Pond from Fang Yuan? Did Xiao clan dare? Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to do so. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao Yi who came to find them. Friends from WN clan, there is a change in the situation. We need to negotiate. Xiao Yi Hu said with a heavy expression. Wan Hao Guang and the others also had unsightly expressions. After negotiating with Xiao Yi Hu again, Wan clan's immortals' expressions became even more unsightly. This group of greedy and shameless people. Wan Hao Guang clenched his fists. The transaction between Wan clan and Xiao clan was modified several times, the black-yellow earth pond was removed, and Wan clan added several giant resource points. Xiao clan guaranteed their benefits, Xiao Yi Hu left in satisfaction. Wan clan's immortals were filled with anger and hatred, but also helplessness and bitterness. What could they do? If we want these righteous path forces to join the Anti-Fang Alliance, our Wan clan will have to pay a corresponding price. Xiao clan is the super force that contributed the most, so we have to pay the most to them. They are throwing stones at us when we are down. Sigh, in the entire righteous path, Tang clan has the most righteous path demeanor. That's right, I did not notice it before. Now that we are in danger, we can see their demeanor. Tang clan's price is the lowest. Although Tang clan is not strong, when our Wan clan recaptures our territory in the future, we should interact more with Tang clan. This makes sense. Tang clan is the model of the righteous path. Just as Wan clan was discussing, the rank 7-time path GU immortal Tanglan Ku sent by Tang clan was secretly contacting Fang Yuan. Reporting to Lord Xiao Yi, who took the initiative to find Wan clan's immortals and secretly negotiated for a long time before leaving. Looking at his expression, he seems to be satisfied. Fang Yuan nodded and deduced the truth. It seems that Wan clan ceded black-yellow earth pond in exchange for Xiao clan's support. Fang clan's plan has already taken effect. Continue to hide and gather information. Yes, Lord. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the flow of time here was even faster, many days had already passed by. Around an earth vein node, an abnormal situation was happening. A yellowish-brown fog surrounded this earth vein node. Rocks that looked like darts kept flying out of the yellow mist, swooshing towards the nodes of the earth meridians. UZ accepted the protection mission and was facing the countless flying rocks alone. She was surrounded by water vapor and waved her hands, creating huge waves that submerged the flying rocks. Ever since UZ parted ways with Shi Bai, she had accepted his suggestion and purposely chose a mission. She wanted to do as much as she could and vent the depression in her heart. This was the mission that she had accepted. At first, she shook the wind and clouds, her moves were majestic and powerful, she was free and unrestrained. But this abnormal situation continued until now and was not completely suppressed by UZ. UZ's current expression was anxious and depressed. Why am I so unlucky? I casually chose a mission, but it is actually so troublesome. These days, I have already expended a lot of immortal essence. Do I have to pay out of my own pocket and ask others to help me? Just as UZ was hesitating, the yellow fog suddenly expanded and the number of flying rocks doubled. UZ was caught off guard and could not block them. She could only watch as many flying rocks shot towards the earth vein node. Damn it! UZ cursed in anger and shock. She had accepted this mission to protect the earth vein node. But if the earth vein node was destroyed, she would have to deduct her contribution point. At the crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He waved his hand lightly as dreamlike pink light sand scattered into the yellow fog. This is a dream path killer move. UZ was surprised and overjoyed. Dream path killer moves were indeed effective. The yellow fog rapidly shrank and the danger was resolved. This lowly girl UZ greets Lord Meng Qiuzhan. UZ quickly bowed. She was extremely excited. This was truly fortune and misfortune. To be able to see another clone of Lord Fang Yuan because of this, it was truly fortunate. Are you all right? Meng Qiuzhan asked warmly. UZ raised her head and saw that this Meng Qiuzhan had a head of pink wavy hair. He looked dreamy and ethereal. His eyes were extremely enchanting, the lines of his face were gentle and smooth, his smile and concern made her feel a warm feeling in her heart. So beautiful. UZ was dumbfounded as she thought to herself. Even though Meng Qiuzhan only had rank 6 cultivation level, being cared for by him, UZ felt a sense of security. She then thought of her scheme and immediately became even more delicate, covering her face as she said with tears, "Many thanks for Lord Meng Qiuzhen's concern. This lowly girl used all her strength to barely protect the earth vein node." But this lowly girl was unable to protect the formation around the earth vein node. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. "I remember this formation, I was the one who set it up. According to the environment at that time, the formation base was buried underground, the formation structure was rather loose, so I constructed a formation membrane." Yes. Yuzi felt the same way. The formation membrane is too fragile, I repaired it many times, but the moment I repaired it, it would break again. Meng Qiuzhen stared at Yuzi. He suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace, moving his hands all over her body. He pinched here and caressed there. Yuzi was dumbfounded, her entire body stiffened like a statue. Why did it suddenly become like this? The styles of Lord Fang Yuan's clones were so different. If I knew this, wouldn't it be better to just look for Lord Meng Qiuzhen? Meng Qiuzhen, such a good name, dreams come true. An intense feeling of bliss spread throughout Yuzi's body. Her stiff body quickly softened as she shrunk into Meng Qiuzhen's embrace, looking up at Meng Qiuzhen's face with a blushing face. But at the next moment, Meng Qiuzhen said calmly, "The problem is indeed with you, you have already been contaminated." What? Yuzi was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen continued, "You have been severely contaminated, the abnormal situation is the source of the contamination, it is already weak, but after contaminating you, you became the potential source and have been supporting it. The more you resist, the more intense the abnormal situation will become." Is this true? Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't believe me?" Meng Qiuzhen smiled as he patted her shoulder. "Look, you have hair." Meng Qiuzhen said, "I stimulated the abnormal Dao marks on your body." Yuzi almost fainted on the spot. Her chest, nose, armpit, and other parts of her body all had chest hair, nose hair, and armpit hair. In just a few breaths of time, the length of these hairs had already exceeded an adult's palm. Meng Qiuzhen patted her again. "Look, you have mold." Yuzi's hair was originally standing straight, but now it had softened and was covered in greenish-white mold. A putrid stench of decay assailed his nostrils. Yuzi shed tears. This was a huge blow to her. Because the aesthetics of mermen had nothing to do with hair. What the mermaids admired were the fish scales. They were smooth and streamlined. Hairy was ugly. "What should I do? Please save me, Lord Meng Qiuzhen," Yuzi begged. This time, it was a sincere plea. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. "If you want me to help you, you need to take out contribution points. I am willing to give up everything I have." Yuzi quickly shouted. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, "But your contribution points are not enough." Yuzi was dizzy from anxiety. She quickly explained, "That is because I exchanged for an immortal GU earlier. Millimeter, let's do this." Meng Qiuzhen said as he activated a dream path method. Pink light enveloped Yuzi, suppressing all the hair on her body. Yuzi returned to her original appearance. Meng Qiuzhen said, "I will temporarily seal the abnormal Dao marks on your body. When you have enough contribution points, go to Star Collection City and receive treatment there." Go. Saying so, Meng Qiuzhen left Yuzi behind and started to repair the formation of the earth vein node. Yuzi gritted her teeth and bowed before leaving. While flying, she activated her GU worm and checked the mission list. Why are there so many resource point assignment missions? Yuzi's face was pale, a feeling of disgust vaguely arose in her heart. But she had no choice. In order to heal herself, she could only grit her teeth and choose a mission. Set up the black-yellow earth pool. This mission rewards the most contribution point. Chapter 2288. Yuzi's face was deathly pale, her eyes were dark and heavy. She walked into Star Collection City absent-mindedly. After working hard for more than 10 days without rest, she finally finished arranging black-yellow earth pool with the help of 2 other GU immortals. "Isn't this fairy, Yuzi? I heard you were in charge of arranging black-yellow earth pool?" A GU immortal took the initiative to greet Yuzi. Yuzi quickly raised her spirits and replied, "Our luck is really good. This mission rewards a lot of contribution points. I was busy back then, Otherwise I would have also taken on such a mission. Another GU immortal spoke to UZ. UZ quickly smiled and nodded to the person. The two immortals brushed past each other and soon separated. This was the style of the sovereign immortal Aperture's GU immortals, always in a hurry, they were simply racing against time. You don't seem to be in a good state, quickly go to Liver Life Hall. Lian Kushin saw UZ and said with a concerned expression. You are here too. UZ saw a GU immortal of the same tribe and immediately relaxed. Lian Kushin nodded. I just came out of Liver Life Hall. The sovereign immortal Aperture has added black-yellow earth pool. There are so many super resource points here. UZ had the same feeling. As far as I know, there are rolling waterfall jumping cliff, 3 sacred mountain, divine needle valley, Hanjiao deep pool, needle forest snowfield, water spider sea, heavenly crystal storage pool. Now that we have deepened this black-yellow earth pool, there are definitely others. Before Lian Kushin and UZ entered the sovereign immortal Aperture, they were the authoritative figures of the Merman Imperial Court. They naturally knew the value of super resource points. Normally speaking, resource points were divided into several grades. Micro resource points, small resource points, and medium resource points produced rank 1 to rank 5 cultivation resources. Large resource points could produce rank 6 resources stably, and occasionally rank 7 resources. Large resource points could produce rank 7 cultivation resources stably. Super resource points were at rank 8 level, and ultimate resource points were those secluded domains of heaven and earth. A super resource point could cause super forces to fight for it with all their strength. They would not hesitate to fight for it. The super forces of the 5 regions all controlled super resource points. Some had more than 10, while others had 3 or 4. The super forces here naturally did not include Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Strictly speaking, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were the ultimate forces. Now, Fang Yuan's forces were definitely the ultimate forces. There were more than 10 super resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was just that the Mermaid Immortals had not been here for long, they did not come into contact with them. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation grew again. This is a good thing. But I'm worried that strange things will happen more frequently. Lian Kasin was both happy and worried. Resource points had dense Dao marks. After being moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the number of Dao marks increased sharply. Right now, the Mermaid Immortals already understood the source of the abnormality. Lian Kushin was very worried, so was UZ, she sighed. Master sent several GU Immortals out. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is lacking manpower again. During this period of time, the number of missions on the mission board continued to increase. The speed at which GU Immortals completed missions could not keep up with the speed at which they were created. Sigh, if Master could bring in more GU Immortals, that would be great. Lian Kushin nodded and analyzed. I also hope to have more companions. But rashly bringing in GU Immortals from the 5 regions is not appropriate. On one hand, we need to eliminate the suspicion of spies and spies. On the other hand, the races are equal here. If we bring in those arrogant human GU Immortals, it might ruin the atmosphere here. Perhaps his lord also has such concerns. The two conversed as they walked. Liver Life Hall was at the end of the street. UZ looked at the Liver Life Hall and suddenly understood. I heard that the previous Liver Life Hall was only a Liver Life Great Formation. Master spent so much effort to modify it into an immortal GU house. It was a wise move. Immortal formations were closely connected to the surroundings, while immortal GU houses were independent entities. Strange things happened frequently in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. All the immortal formations were tested, but immortal GU houses were not affected. UZ sighed again. I am still a little worried. Don't you feel that Master's concept of managing the immortal aperture is a little too radical? Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is like walking on a tightrope. We have to work hard to maintain this fragile balance. Even so, we are slipping into the abyss of failure. Lian Kushin squinted her eyes. Maybe this style is one of the reasons for Master's legendary rise. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is indeed like a glutton. It is already suffering from indigestion but is still devouring. We are building Dao veins everywhere, but not the root cause. If we don't solve the root cause, the abnormal situation will continue. Yuzi shook her head. During this period of time, I saw Lord Wu Shuai and Lord Meng Qiuzhen. Both of them were dazzling and beautiful beyond compare. I don't believe such beautiful existences are not aware of the root cause here. We are only minor characters. How can we understand Master's considerations? That's right. This is not something we should worry about. Lian Kuxin patted Yuzi's hand. All right, Yuzi, Liver Life Hall is right in front of us. I won't accompany you in. I still have a mission to complete. Yuzi bid farewell to Lian Kuxin. She did not tell Lian Kuxin about her abnormality. Yuzi walked into the Liver Life Hall with ease. Yuzi had come to this mystical immortal Gu house many times. She was no stranger to it. She thought it would be smooth this time, but she did not expect an accident to happen. Bam! Liver Life Hall shook, alerting the nearby Gu immortals. Looks like someone's liver exploded again. Hehe, this is not a good feeling. No matter who it is, he or she is much luckier than me. The healing hall was just constructed not long ago. Thus, when Yuzi woke up, she found that she was no longer in Liver Life Hall. She was lying on a large porcelain plate. The surroundings were filled with dazzling white light that almost made her unable to open her eyes. When she finally adapted to this light, she saw a lump of wool floating in the air, looking down at her. This lump of wool condensed into the appearance of Fang Yuan's main body. Yuzi quickly stood up to greet, but was stopped by Fang Yuan's will. Don't move, your liver has already exploded, your injuries are not light. Also, there are still some Dao marks hidden in your body. Although they were temporarily suppressed by dream path methods, they are showing signs of relapse now. Yuzi immediately panicked. She did not want to grow hair and mold in front of Fang Yuan's main body's will. Of course, her current appearance was also very pitiful. After her liver exploded, her stomach was split open, half of her ribs were blown away, and her internal organs were all injured. Yuzi looked up at Fang Yuan's will and quickly called out, "Please save me, Master, I have enough contribution points." Fang Yuan's will nodded, "You have enough contribution points, then I have a few treatment methods for you to choose from. The first is to use a time path killer move to restore you to your previous state. The second is to transplant an ancient desolate beast's liver to you, and then use transformation path methods to perfectly fuse this liver with your body, as if it was one with you. The third method is a refinement path method. It will first refine the different Dao marks in your body, and then refine a new liver for you. The fourth method is the most recommended. This is an immortal killer move called saltwater liver. After you cultivate it, you will be able to create a new liver. This liver not only has water path Dao marks, but also food path Dao marks. With this liver, you will be able to cultivate food path in the future. Compared to an ordinary Gu immortal's liver, saltwater liver can last longer and be strengthened by Liver Life Hall. Moreover, if you fall into a desperate situation in the future, with no way out and lacking food, you can eat this liver to fill your stomach. And the fifth method is, Fang Yuan's will spoke eloquently, listing more than 10 treatment methods. After listening carefully, Yuzi asked about the price. She eventually found that the safest and least risky method was the first time path method. But because she cultivated water path, the time path killer move's effect was not obvious. To have an obvious effect, she would have to pay a higher price. Thus, the first method was not cost-effective. The second method had the best effect. As long as Yuzi could afford it, she could transplant an immemorial desolate beast's liver into her body. The lowest price was the refinement path method, which was also the third method. The fourth method was the most cost-effective. Saltwater liver her. Yuzi thought for a moment before nodding, "I will choose this." While Yuzi was healing, in Western Desert, Xiao Yi, who looked at Wen Hao Guang, frowning, Mud Plow Beach is gone, Fragrance Flying Island is also gone. They have been publicly traded by Fang Clan to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The transaction between us needs to be modified. Wen Hao Guang had a pained expression. Xiao Yi, who, you have already come here to discuss with me no less than 5 times, right? Is it appropriate to change it like this? According to my previous suggestion, we should attack Fang Clan as soon as possible and chase them away, then change the details of the transaction according to the situation, right? Xiao Yi, who shook his head, sighing deeply. "WN Hao Guang, this is very risky. Your clan's resource points have almost all been sold by Fang Clan. Even if you succeed in suppressing Fang Clan, can you take out enough compensation? After all, you have already contacted all the super forces in Western Desert. Among the price you have to pay to invite these people, can you satisfy my Xiao clan first?" Wan Hao Guang felt a headache. He was just about to appease Xiao Yi when suddenly, heaven and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Their base had been ambushed. Fang Clan again. Such guts, we did not attack them, but they actually dared to send themselves to death. Fight. After the Anti-Fang Alliance army reacted, they retaliated furiously. Wan Clan's GU Immortals were especially furious. It was this group of shameless scoundrels who sold their resource points. They had to modify the transaction every few days. It was a huge headache. Fang Clan mobilized 3 immortal GU houses this time. Fang Clan's immortals were also furious. It's you. You forced our Fang Clan to sell our resource points." Bam bam bam, both sides were filled with anger and hatred. The moment they fought, heaven and earth shook, sand and rocks flew. Chapter 2289. Thunderous explosions resounded as all sorts of killer moves clashed one after another. Pineapple Sigma Small Infinity said that even the terrifying shockwave that was stirred up carried with it a fatal danger. Fang Clan's attack was too sudden. It was out of the Anti-Fang Alliance's expectations. What made the Alliance Immortals even more hateful was that they did not choose a resource point to set up camp at, they chose an ordinary desert. They were about to attack Fang Clan. It was just that before the battle, they had to discuss the contents of the transaction. Fang Dichang's scheme was very effective. He repeatedly made public transactions with Fang Yuan, causing the Anti-Fang Alliance to be unstable internally and greatly delaying their attack. And this sudden attack was also Fang Dichang's idea. Fang Clan's Fang Dichang. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. Not just him, the Alliance Immortals also felt Fang Dichang's power at this moment. Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dichang's expression was cold, his eyes were shining with a sharp light. The situation of the battlefield was reflected in his mind. He shouted, "Release all the ancient desolate beasts. I do not want to kill them, but I want to scatter the enemy immortals." At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a dazzling light. Dozens of ancient desolate beasts, including chickens and dogs, barely formed into 2 groups as they charged forward. Wan Hao Guang's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately understood Fang Clan's plan. He shouted, "Don't get scattered, anyone who is left alone will face life-threatening danger." Fang Clan's GU Immortals were hiding inside the 3 immortal GU houses, while the Alliance's GU Immortals were flying in the sky. These GU Immortals' expressions changed. Who could block these ancient desolate beasts with their physical bodies? Even if they used killer moves, they could not destroy them immediately. If they fought and retreated at the same time, their already loose formation would be broken and Fang Clan would succeed. Right at this time, one of the Alliance GU Immortals laughed loudly. His appearance changed abruptly. "It is my turn." He was wearing a green robe. He laughed loudly. His voice was noisy and gave a deep impression. "You are not Tian Feng Go, you are Tian Dag." The other GU Immortals in the Alliance shouted with joy on their faces. Tian Dag had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated enslavement path. He was not a direct descendant of Tian Clan. He was originally a lowly youngster with no cultivation aptitude. He could only be a farmer his entire life. But one time, when he was taking care of a field, he accidentally found a GU Immortal inheritance. It was this inheritance that caused his fate to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. He first cultivated in secret before being discovered. He had no choice but to contribute the GU Immortal inheritance to Tian Clan. The GU Immortal who took over the inheritance, Tian Ganghui, was a righteous person. He did not covet this inheritance. Instead, he protected Tian Dag in the following days. Tian Dacheng had inherited this strange inheritance. He could only enslave chickens, but the effect was amazing. At the next moment, Tian Dag suddenly attacked, using an enslavement path killer move. All the chicken ancient desolate beasts released by Fang Clan rebelled. These ancient desolate beasts immediately turned around to deal with the dog-like ancient desolate beasts behind them. For a time, chickens and dogs fought each other, and the battlefield was covered in sand. The crisis of the anti-Fang alliance was instantly resolved. Wan Xiao, Wan Hao Guang, Sun Wang and the others all made their moves. Wind path, light path, fire path, and other killer moves erupted one after another, forming 3 perfect waves of attacks that charged towards Chicken Dog Coop. Fang Clan had a plan and Wan Clan was also prepared. Tian Dag's identity was a secret that had only been exposed now. This was the result of Wan Clan's communication with Tian Clan. Although the alliance was delayed by Fang Clan, Wan Clan did not waste this time. While discussing internally, Wan Clan organized GU Immortals to practice. The alliance's GU Immortals had little tacit understanding with each other. There was no problem in fighting one-on-one, but fighting in groups was their greatest weakness. After all, Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. Aiming at this weakness, with the Celestial Court's continuous supply of immortal Yuan stone, the Alliance Immortals trained hard and formed a basic tacit understanding for group battles. Fang Hua Sheng. Fang Di Chang controlled Chicken Dog Coop to retreat while calling for help. Although the chicken ancient desolate beasts had rebelled, Chicken Dog Coop still controlled the dog-like ancient desolate beasts. This immortal GU house was very important. If it lost any crucial immortal GU, it would be terrible. The dog-like ancient desolate beasts would not listen to orders and would quickly be defeated. Fang Hua Sheng, who was inside Fallen Flower Hall, immediately rushed over. Immortal killer move Mirror Flower. The surface of Fallen Flower Hall burst out with radiance. The radiance was white as snow. It first burst out before converging into a huge flower bud on the roof. The flower bud quickly bloomed. Its petals were like mirrors that refracted light. During the process of blooming, the petals collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. After the flower completely bloomed, it was even larger than the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. It was extremely beautiful. The mirror flower formed in the blink of an eye and burst out with a strong suction force. Be it Wan Hao Guang, Wan Xiao, or Sun Wang's killer moves, most of their power was absorbed by the mirror flower. But there was still a small portion of its power that caused Fallen Flower Hall to shake. The mirror flower's petals scattered and shattered, the remaining petals gathered and formed a flower bud again. "I'll return it to you," Fang Hua Sheng shouted. The mirror flower's bud bloomed again, releasing the killer move's power that it had absorbed earlier. The flower completely dissipated. The killer move that was released forced Wan Hao Guang and the rest to retreat. They could only use their methods to resist. Fang Hua Sheng saw that the 3 immortals were in a sorry state. He knew that an opportunity had appeared. He was about to give chase when a fire path immortal GU house suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. This immortal GU house was like a huge wheel. After sucking in Dong Clan's 2 GU immortals, Dong Zhu and Dong Ming, it rolled over. Dong Clan's immortal GU house, Red River Wheel. Inside Red River Wheel, Dong Ming shouted with hatred, "Fang Clan, you once used a theft path immortal GU house to attack my Dong Clan's resource points. You destroyed my clan's treasure moon oasis. We will take our revenge today." Red River Wheel charged towards Fallen Flower Hall with a crushing momentum. Countless flames surged and burned fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, Fallen Flower Hall shook intensely and retreated rapidly. "Where are you going?" Red River Wheel chased relentlessly. Not long after, Fallen Flower Hall was covered in flames. It was at a disadvantage. To a certain extent, Red River Wheel countered the wood path immortal GU house, Fallen Flower Hall. Since there is fire, it is easy. Within the alliance formation, Gong Jiaoche smiled as he unleashed a killer move. Rumble. At the next moment, the flames on Fallen Flower Hall surged and turned into a huge fire. Damn it! Fang Hua Sheng gritted his teeth as he controlled Fallen Flower Hall to defend with all his strength, but the situation was not salvageable. The other Fang Clan GU immortals in Fallen Flower Hall were doing their best to save the GU worms inside. Red River Wheel's flames were seeping into the immortal GU house, spreading towards the core immortal GU. Fang Gong saw this and wanted to use Inquiry Dock to reinforce it. But the other rank 7 Immortal GU house blocked its path. It was WAN Clan's Time Path Immortal GU house, Myriad Age Building. Next, Fang Di Chang's chicken dog coop was also attacked by many GU immortals. Fang Di Chang heaved a deep sigh as he thought, WAN Clan made ample preparations this time. Be it Tian Dag who was hiding his identity, Red River Wheel that countered Fallen Flower Hall, or Myriad Age Building that was harassing Inquiry Dock, they all proved that WN Clan had come prepared in this counterattack. Fang Clan's 3 Immortal GU houses were not a secret. And this anti-Fang alliance included more than 10 superforces. It was not difficult to find a way to restrain Fang Clan from them. Ever since the Chicken Ancient Desolate Beast was instigated, Fang Di Chang knew something was amiss. When the anti-Fang alliance gained a foothold and reacted, Fang Clan was instead suppressed. The advantage of their sneak attack earlier was already gone. But even though the situation was dangerous, Fang Clan's immortals were not flustered, they were still full of confidence. Earth Shuttle, move! Fang Chen and Fang and Lei flew out of the Immortal GU house and entered Earth Shuttle. This is the Immortal GU house that destroyed my tall pine oasis formation foundation. WN Xiao saw this and was furious. He immediately changed his target and threw the rampaging wind blades that he had been preparing at Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle did not dodge. After enduring this rampaging wind blade, it charged towards the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the Alliance GU Immortals dodged in panic. Who would dare to use their own body to clash with a rank 7 Immortal GU house? WAN Xiao's pupils shrunk. Earth Shuttle Immortal GU house was strengthened in all aspects. Last time when they attacked Tall Pine Oasis, its defense was very weak. But it was completely different this time. However, this Earth Path Immortal GU house was also within WN Clan's range of response. In fact, even the strengthening of the Earth Path Immortal GU house was within WAN Clan's expectations. At the crucial moment, Mo Shotar stood up and activated a killer move to obstruct Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle's surface was immediately covered in a thick layer of sand, causing its speed to fall sharply. Bam! Earth Shuttle shook fiercely, the sand shattered. Without any restraints, Earth Shuttle directly charged towards Mo Shotar. Mo Shotar was pale with fright. He turned around and ran. The Alliance's formation started to fall into chaos. Xiao Yi, who gritted his teeth, he had no choice but to make a move in advance. He raised the chamber pot in his hand and aimed it at Earth Shuttle, letting out a lump of pitch-black light. Don't even think about it. Fang Hua Sheng shouted. Fallen Flower Hall activated again. Immortal Killer Move, Fleeting Bloom. The pitch-black lump of light was originally extremely fast, but it was affected by Fleeting Bloom and suddenly slowed down. The Earth Shuttle dodged the attack effortlessly, causing Xiao Yi Hu to glare angrily. You still have the mind to care about others. Taba Cheng Feng attacked. He was a famous GU Immortal in Western Desert's GU Immortal world. He was extremely proficient in support methods. This was a wind path support killer move. After it covered Fallen Flower Hall, it immediately used the wind to engulf most of Fallen Flower Hall, causing it to burn fiercely. Fang Hua Sheng's expression sank. Although he had helped Earth Shuttle earlier, he had made Fallen Flower Hall's situation even more dangerous. Should we reinforce Fallen Flower Hall? Fang Di Chang's gaze swept through the battlefield. He saw a figure and his pupils shrunk. No, save Inquiry Dock first. Zhuoqiu San Shou had been hiding behind the enemy lines since the start of the battle, preparing his killer move. Right now, the killer move's aura was close to completion. Fang Clan had roof tile breaking killer move. It countered Immortal GU houses. Zhuoqiu Clan also had a killer move called Scattered Sand. It was created by Zhuoqiu San Shou. Chapter 2290. Scattered Sand. This move's power was similar to breaking the roof tiles. It could also counter Immortal GU houses. Without a doubt, this was the Anti-Fang Alliance's trump card against Fang Clan. Fang Clan was most skilled in Immortal GU houses. Zhuoqiu San Shou, who was in a state of disunity, was the key to suppressing Fang Clan. We cannot let him use his killer move. Fang Di Chang pointed out Zhuoqiu San Shou's threat and immediately ordered, Fang Ji, Fang Dongxi, go. Two Fang Clan rank 7 GU immortals flew out of Chicken Dog Coop and took out an immortal GU house. This immortal GU house only had 2 floors, it was a short building. When the immortal GU house was activated, thick smoke rose from the roof. Rank 7 immortal GU house, smoke wave building. A brand new immortal GU house has appeared. Fang Clan traded so many resource points, they indeed built another immortal GU house from heaven refining demon Venerable. The Alliance Celestials were shocked. According to the plan they had discussed earlier, Shikang stepped forward bravely and anxiously approached the Smoky Wave Tower to test the waters. After all, defense was his forte. Smoke Wave Tower did not move quickly, but the thick smoke on the roof grew more and more turbulent. Very quickly, it spread to more than half of the battlefield, attempting to engulf Zhuoqiu San Sha. The Alliance Celestials did not know the power of the smoke and retreated cautiously. Immortal killer move, swirling clear space. Qin Lang used the technique he was most proud of in his life. In an instant, most of the vast smoke dissipated, and the world became clear again. Fang Dichang saw this and personally left behind a sentence before leaving. Fang Leng, Fang Yun, look after Chicken Dog Coop for me. Fang Dichang flew out and immediately took out an immortal GU house and flew inside. Another rank 7 immortal GU house. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar, greatly shaken. Fang Clan had 3 new immortal GU houses, and they were all rank 7. How many things did the Eastern Seas Heaven Refining Demon Venerable give to the Fang Clan? The 3rd immortal GU house was called Thought Expelling Pavilion. It was a Wisdom Path immortal GU house that matched Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang activated the immortal GU house's method and shot at Zhuoqiu San Sha. Zhuoqiu San Sha was close to success, but the thoughts in his mind suddenly left, flew out of his mind, and circled around him. The GU worms in the immortal aperture became chaotic. Zhuoqiu San Sha's killer move activation failed. He coughed out blood and suffered a severe backlash, falling to the ground. Taba Chengfeng and Gong Jiaocha saw that the situation was not good and quickly gave up on besieging the fallen flower hall. The former rescued Zhuoqiu San Sha while the latter attacked the vanquishing pavilion from afar. Thought Expelling Pavilion forcefully withstood Gong Jiaoche's fire path killer move, using the same trick again. Tang Lank cried out and fell to the ground from a high altitude. I can't hold on any longer. Shi Kang's entire body was pitch black, as if he was covered in soot. He shouted loudly as he rapidly retreated. The thick black smoke emitted by the Smoky Wave Tower made it extremely difficult for him to defend, and he had already reached his limit. Right at this moment, a yellow meteor suddenly pierced through the battlefield and slammed into Shi Kang. It was the Earth Shuttle. Shi Kang's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and a terrifying sense of death enveloped his entire body. Bang! At the critical moment, Shi Shutong flew over and crashed into him from the side, forcefully changing the Earth Shuttle's path. Shi Kang almost brushed past the Earth Shuttle and was lucky enough to escape with his life. Most of his fighting spirit dissipated, and he retreated with all his might. The enemy is in chaos. Fang Dichang saw this and activated Thought Expelling Pavilion to find Tian Dag. Tian Dag was so scared that he quickly released ancient desolate chickens from his immortal aperture to protect himself. Who knew that Fang Dichang was only bluffing and immediately turned the spearhead back to Sun Wang. Sun Clan's GU immortals were the most conservative. The moment they saw Thought Expelling Pavilion move, they immediately retreated at an astonishing speed. Wan Clan's GU immortals had extremely ugly expressions. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path GU immortal. He could clearly see through people's minds. Relying on the deterrence of Thought Expelling Pavilion, he did not need to make a few moves to obtain all sorts of result. First Supreme Elder, this is the moment when my Fang Clan wins. Fang Dichang's tone was slightly excited. In Inquiry Dock, Fang Gong was already impatient. Hearing Fang Dichang's call, he laughed loudly, handing Inquiry Dock to the other Fang Clan GU immortals as he flew out like a meteor. Fang Gong slammed into the Longevity Tower, causing it to almost collapse. Immortal Killer move roof tile breaking. Fang Gong's palm shadows flew everywhere, creating a storm of attacks. Myriad Age Tower's defensive killer move could not resist roof tile breaking. The tower quickly collapsed. Good. Xiao Yi, whose eyes shined with bright light, he finally saw a GU Immortal who was alone. This gave Chamber Pot Immortal GU House a chance to display its power. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw Earth Shuttle approaching. Xiao Yi, who cursed, he had to retreat and protect himself first. Myriad Age Tower had no choice but to activate its strongest defensive method. Fang Gong's lifespan began to be rapidly extracted. Fang Gong sneered, decisively flying away. He had forced Myriad Age Tower to use this method. He had already achieved his goal. Once Myriad Age Tower activated this method, it could only stop after 2 hours. The surrounding GU Immortal allies quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Myriad Age Tower. The Anti-Fang Alliance's formation was already in complete chaos. Fang Gong abandoned Myriad Age Tower and charged towards Red River Wheel. "Don't you want revenge? Then come," Fang Gong shouted. Roof tile breaking burst out again. Red River Wheel quickly retreated, the blazing flames pressing towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong did not dodge, he stuck close to Red River Wheel in the blazing flames. Dong Ming screamed, "Fang Gong, you are going too far." He activated Red River Wheel and crashed towards Fang Gong. Fang Gong's eyes shined sharply as he crashed towards Red River Wheel. The two collided. Red River Wheel retreated as Fang Gong chased after it. Dong Ming's expression was deathly pale. "This is the power of a rank 8 strength path GU Immortal?" Dong Zhu did not say a word, she let out Molten Flame Bird. Fang Gong's fists and legs collided. The Molten Flame Bird was brutally destroyed. It was a miserable sight. In a dozen or so breaths of time, Red River Wheel was forced back by Fang Gong. The surface of the wheel was in tatters. "Fang Gong, don't be arrogant." Xiao Yi, who had finally gotten the help of his allies, he finally had a chance to attack. In order to invite him, WN Clan had paid a huge price to Xiao Clan. Why? It was to deal with Fang Gong. Immortal GU House Chamber Pot was small, it could not carry people like ordinary Immortal GU houses, it would be at a disadvantage in a collision. But it was most proficient in dealing with GU Immortals outside. Even Fang Gong would be threatened. "Fang Gong, die." Xiao Yi, who finally attacked, the pitch-black light lump shot towards Fang Gong. "Fang Gong, you are still not retreating?" Dong Ming and Dong Zhu shouted in unison. They were very flustered because Red River Wheel was on the verge of destruction. But Fang Gong laughed loudly, not even looking at the pitch-black light lump. "This is the battle that will make my Fang clan famous. How can I, Fang Gong, be stingy with my life?" There was a loud bang. Red River Wheel was completely destroyed by Fang Gong. Dong Ming and Dong Zhu were extremely shocked. They were flying in the sky, surrounded by countless fragments of Red River Wheel and a vast number of GU worm corpses. They looked at Fang Gong as if they were looking at a fearless and invincible heavenly god. But at the next moment, the pitch-black light lump landed on Fang Gong's body. Success. Xiao Yi, who was overjoyed. WN Clan's GU Immortals were overjoyed. Boom. Fang Gong's arms shook, directly shattering the pitch-black light lump. The Anti-Fang Alliance's Immortals were terrified. Many people subconsciously opened their mouths wide in shock. How is this possible? Xiao Yi, who could not believe it, his eyes were wide open. "You are next." Fang Gong looked at Xiao Yi and spoke calmly. Xiao Yi, whose heart shrunk. He was intimidated by Fang Gong's ferocious aura. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. "Where do you think you are going?" Fang Gong flew towards Xiao Yi, who like a meteor, tearing through the air and creating a grand chi wave. "Save me. My Xiao clan will repay you generously." Xiao Yi, who frantically tried to escape. Gong Jiaoche, Tang Lan Ku, Qin Lang, Tian Dag, and the others attacked in an attempt to stop him. Fang Gong did not dodge, all the killer moves were forcefully endured by him. He was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, or a wild dragon entering the sea, rapidly approaching Xiao Yi. Like a tiger swallowing 10,000 li. Xiao Yi, who could not shake off Fang Gong, he could only watch as he got closer with a look of despair. "Let this battle start the rise of my Fang clan," Fang Gong shouted in his mind, battle intent burning in his chest like fire. At the periphery of the battlefield, high in the sky, Wnz Hong and Ju Xiong Xin watched the battle quietly. Seeing this scene, the former was somewhat restless. Friends from the Celestial Court, it is better for you to watch quietly. Lu Wei Yin appeared with a smile on his face. Wnz Hong and Ju Xiong Xin's expressions changed. They stared at Lu Wei Yin with full vigilance. At the same time, Northern Plains, Giant Sun Immortal activated Luck Path investigative methods. Once in a while, Giant Sun Immortal would do this. He first inspected Celestial Court. In his mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence and refined the least Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in Celestial Court, was following him closely. She was the main target he needed to be wary of. Celestial Court's luck increased again. It seems that star constellation Immortal Venerable has already refined most of Celestial Court's Dao marks. It will be harder for me to investigate her in the future. Next, Giant Sun Immortal inspected Eastern Sea. He saw that Fang Yuan's luck was low. It had only increased slightly compared to before. There was no problem. A portion of Fang Yuan's and star constellation Immortal Venerable's luck was sent to Western Desert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Western Desert. He saw a battlefield with countless luck entangling together, mixing together and forming a blood-red color with some black mixed in. It seems that Western Desert's anti-Fang battle has already begun. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. Fang Clan's matter had caused a huge commotion. All 5 regions were paying attention to it. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew the details. He looked carefully and understood immediately. Fang Clan seems to have the upper hand, but there is actually a huge variable. Wan Clan is hiding, so Celestial Court is actually supporting Wan Clan like this. Giant Sun Immortal saw through the secret and snickered coldly. From start to finish, he had not interfered in Western Desert's anti-Fang battle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable do not cultivate luck path. They do not know that they are expending each other's luck in this contest. This is already a flaw. If I were at my peak in my previous life, with my luck path methods, I would definitely be able to gain an advantage. What a pity, what a pity. Giant Sun Immortal needed to conserve immortal essence to refine luck path Dao marks now. Other than that, even though he had many rank 8 luck path immortal GU, he did not have any rank 9 luck path immortal GU. Chapter 2291. Rank 9 existences, be they GU immortals or immortal GU, were envied by heaven. They could not be preserved. Thus, there were only 11 venerables in human history, and each had a limited lifespan. There were also very few rank 9 immortal GU in the world. Giant Sun Immortal took a final look at his luck. He frowned slightly. The situation was not good. It was worse than before. But according to the information, Giant Sun Immortal could not figure out where this bad luck came from. He was most suspicious of Celestial Court. What is that old woman star constellation Immortal Venerable trying to do now? Giant Sun Immortal was not anxious. In fact, he had a way to change his own luck. But there was still a flaw. He was short on immortal essence. He needed to refine Dao marks. His luck path immortal GU did not have rank 9. It was very difficult to use a rank 8 luck path killer move to change his rank 9 luck. It would expend a lot of immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal soon stopped using his investigative method. The longer the 3 venerables fought, the more important the information became. But Giant Sun Immortal's investigation time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to consider his immortal essence expenditure. He had to conserve as much immortal essence as possible. Giant Sun Immortal fell into deep thought. Where did my bad luck come from? Celestial Court is the biggest suspect. But Fang Yuan cannot let his guard down. He has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, his future potential is terrifying. Other than this, he has another advantage. That is refinement path itself. Even though refinement path does not specialize in offense, its development far surpasses luck path and blood path. Thus, the number of rank 9 immortal GU far surpasses luck path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path. The development of each path had its own advantages and disadvantages. Giant Sun Immortal preserved his luck path, it did not spread out, it had little development. Other GU Immortals could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods, but there were very few luck path Immortal GU that could reach rank 9. In contrast, Refinement Path was the most widely developed path. Because GU refinement was something that GU cultivators could not avoid. Even GU cultivators of other paths would refine GU to some extent. This way, as Refinement Path developed, there would be more Refinement Path GU cultivators, there would be more Refinement Path DAO marks, there would be an endless supply of Refinement Path resources, there would be many types of Refinement Path Immortal GU, there would also be more and more Refinement Path Immortal GU that could advance to rank 9. Thankfully, Fang Yuan lacks Immortal Essence now, he is still far from refining rank 9 Refinement Path Immortal GU. Maybe my bad luck is not Fang Yuan or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but other Venerables. If the other Venerables were to be revived, who would be the most disadvantageous to me? Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot as a backup, and the crucial thing was obscured Heavenly Secret. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the ability to investigate, the result was not ideal. If I have a breakthrough in the Blood Path Immortal GU trade, my luck should be able to improve. Not only did Fang Yuan obstruct Giant Sun Immortal in terms of Blood Path Immortal GU, Celestial Court had already done so back in Bloodsea Ancestors era. Demon Judgment Board's Core Immortal GU, Blood Relation, and Red Heart Traveler's Heart Blood Immortal GU were things that Giant Sun Immortal desired. Currently, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was still in a long negotiation with Fang Yuan's clone. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were also secretly negotiating over Blood Path Immortal GU, but there was almost no progress. Western Desert. Fang Gong arrived in front of Xiao Yi Hu and punched. Xiao Yi Hu was terrified, he could only use Immortal GU House Chamber Pot to block. With a loud explosion, Chamber Pot shattered on the spot. The terrifying fist force's power weakened slightly as it landed on Xiao Yi Hu's chest. Xiao Yi Hu was sent flying like a meteor, a deep pit was formed on his chest, a large amount of blood mixed with his shattered organs spurted out of his mouth, leaving a trail of blood behind. With one punch, Xiao Yi Hu was on the verge of death, Chamber Pot shattered. Retreat. We can't fight anymore. The Anti-Fang Alliance army was scared out of their wits, their battle intent was almost completely extinguished. Fang Gong's strength far surpassed their expectations, he was not countered by Chamber Pot. This Fang clan's first Supreme Elder was simply the bane of immortal GU houses. Ever since Fang clan attacked WN clan's Tall Pine Oasis, he had already destroyed Winding Light Platform, Red River Wheel, and Xiao clan's Chamber Pot. These 3 immortal GU houses were all rank 7, they had rank 8 battle strength. There is still the last one. Fang Gong turned around slightly, ignoring the rank 7 GU immortals who were retreating, he stared at Myriad Age Building. The Anti-Fang Alliance army only had one immortal GU house left, Myriad Age Building. Myriad Age Building was also a rank 7 immortal GU house, it could fight rank 8. It was the final pillar of the Anti-Fang Alliance army, as long as it fell, Fang clan would obtain complete victory. This was the most crucial point. The other GU immortals might be elites among rank 7 GU immortals with their own specialties, but without Myriad Age Building to suppress them, these people would scatter as soon as they charged, they were like a mob. Fang clan has 6 immortal GU houses, they are all rank 7. Our side only has Myriad Age Building left. Retreat, retreat. The Celestial Court is still not making a move. Sigh, they are really too useless. Look at how much Heaven Refining Demon Venerable supported Fang clan, a total of 3 immortal GU houses. What did the Celestial Court offer? Fang Di Chang displayed his Wisdom Path GU immortal stratagem once again. At this crucial moment, he ordered Fang clan's army not to chase after these rank 7 GU immortals, but to control the immortal GU houses to surround Myriad Age Building. Without Fang clan's pursuit, all the GU immortals in the alliance besides WAN clan were retreating frantically. WAN Xiao and WAN Hao Guang had ashen expressions as they returned to Myriad Age Building. Fang Clan's 6 immortal GU houses surrounded Myriad Age Building. Fang Gong had a calm expression as he slowly flew towards Myriad Age Building. Surrender, WAN Clan's friends. I can guarantee with Fang Clan's reputation that as long as you surrender and are willing to give up a portion of your territory, my Fang Clan will not demand all of your immortal GU, nor will we take any of your lives. Fang Gong spoke. His conditions were actually very lenient. We won. Fang Lung and Fang Yun were already cheering. Fang Clan's immortals had no objections to Fang Gong's persuasion. Fang Clan had already discussed this. If such a situation occurred, they would persuade them to surrender like this. If WAN Clan surrendered, this result would be extremely beneficial to Fang Clan. Once WAN Clan admitted defeat, Fang Clan would have the righteous name of the righteous path, and would rightfully occupy a portion of WAN Clan's territory. WAN Clan would no longer have a righteous cause to rally the other superforces to form an anti-Fang alliance again. Of course, WAN Clan's headquarters and some important resource points would be taken back by WAN Clan. But to Fang Clan, the overall gains were far greater than the losses. Lord Lu Wei Yin, it seems Fang Clan won. Of course. Look at who is supporting them. The 2 Rockman GU immortals were beside Lu Wei Yin, and seeing this scene, they revealed proud smiles. But Lu Wei Yin frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. These 2 Celestial Court GU immortals still have calm expressions. It seems the matter is not so simple. On Celestial Court side, Zhu Xiongxin and WNZ Hong had calm expressions, they even had expectant gazes. In Myriad Age Building, a woman's voice suddenly resounded. Fang Clan's descendant is truly amazing, your scheme is also very detailed. But how can my WN Clan be humiliated like this? Fang Clan's immortals were bewildered. At this critical moment, this unfamiliar female voice actually represented the WAN Clan. Who exactly was she? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had interfered? But Fang Clan knew a lot about WNZ Hong, it did not sound like this. May I ask for this fairy's name? This is a contest between my Fang Clan and WN Clan. Fang Gong frowned as he probed. Ha ha ha. The mysterious female immortal laughed loudly. Her voice was hoarse and not pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with calm confidence. Following her laughter, a surging rank 8 aura surged out. Wind, dust and flowers fall, everything is not over. The cold sound of the year bell shatters cannot dispel the sorrow of 10,000 ages. As the poem finished, the world turned dark. Dark winds blew, gloomy clouds covered the sky. In the surrounding several li, all living beings, including GU immortals from both sides, felt an intense sense of sorrow engulfing their hearts. Sorrow, 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 loss, disappointment, melancholy, worry, anguish, dejection, all sorts of emotions made people shed tears on the spot, their chests felt stifled, they could barely breathe. Fang Clan's 6 immortal GU houses that surrounded Myriad Age Building were swaying left and right, almost falling to the ground. Inside Thought Expelling Pavilion, the Wisdom Path GU immortal Fang Di Chang was half kneeling. He had a malevolent expression as he resisted WN Clan's terrifying killer move with all his strength, blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Fang Gong barely resisted, he retreated in panic as he shouted, "You are WN Gu Cho?" In a short period of time, the wrinkles on his face increased rapidly, he aged rapidly, close to 100 years of his lifespan was extracted. Retreat. Fang Di Chang spoke with difficulty. Fang Clan's 6 immortal GU houses retreated in panic. The Alliance immortals who had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield were dumbfounded. WAN Gu Cho? Isn't that the strongest peak rank 8 female immortal in WAN Clan's history? When she was in power, WN Clan almost dominated the whole of Western Desert. She lived for 10,000 years, Myriad Age Building was created by her. She actually survived. That's right, this is likely the doing of Celestial Court. It must be her. Her killer move with the same name, WN Gu Cho, is famous in history, only she who cultivates both Time Path and Wisdom Path can use it. Only she can use this move to unleash such terrifying power in Myriad Age Building. This move already has the demeanor of a pseudo-venerable. The immortals were shaken. At the next moment, WNGU Cho stopped her killer move. She shouted at the Alliance GU immortals, "Are you still not going to attack?" The immortals came to a realization. They shouted and charged over again. Fang Clan was hit by the killer move WNGU Cho. They could not get rid of their depressed emotions. They could not even display 20% of their battle strength. They were routed. Myriad Age Building led the experts to pursue. The immortals first destroyed Smoke Wave Building, then destroyed Thought Expelling Pavilion. In order to save Fang Di Chang in Thought Expelling Pavilion, Fang Gong and the other immortals were forced to take action. After a battle to the death, Fang Di Chang was rescued, but Fang Clan paid a heavy price. The most outstanding immortal GU house, Fallen Flower Hall, was destroyed. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei, two rank 7 elites, died on the spot. Eventually, Fang Clan brought the 3 damaged immortal GU houses and escaped the battlefield. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2292. Wang Xiao woke up from his slumber. Wasn't I imprisoned all along? Where is this place? Wang Xiao was dazed. He found himself in a vast desolate plain. Quickly escape. Run, run. A large group of people suddenly surged towards him. Crack. With a loud sound, a bolt of lightning struck down. Next, the earth shook. With a loud sound, the ground started to collapse. After a dozen or so breaths of time, a huge crater formed in the surrounding 10 li. The crater surrounded everyone, including Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was stunned. He was trapped in the crowd. The surrounding people were in chaos and panic. Wang Xiao also felt the same. He did not know what was going on. Before this, he was captured by Dong Fang Shi in Sand Heap Blessed Land. After soul-searching, he obtained information about Hu Land. During the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, Dong Fang Shi lost his soul core. Fortunately, Dong Fang Shi captured Wang Xiao and obtained information about Hu Land from him. Dong Fang Shi used this precious information to make up for his mistake. On the other hand, he also found out about the peculiarity of Wang Xiao's body. Dong Fang Shi imprisoned Wang Xiao in his immortal aperture. He specially set up an underground prison and conducted many in-depth research on Wang Xiao, but he could not figure out what was wrong with Wang Xiao. "All of you, shut up." A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Wang Xiao and the rest raised their heads. "Your ancestor Fang Dong died in battle. Everything here belongs to me, Xiao Yi Hu. You are all my captives. All of you stay here. If anyone dares to run away, I'll make him wish he was dead." Xiao Yi, whose face was pale, he had a malevolent expression. Under his threat, the previously noisy and chaotic crowd immediately fell silent out of fear. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei died in battle to protect Fang Di Chang. They were both rank 7 GU immortals. When their immortal apertures landed on the ground, their immortal aperture's entrance would open and absorb heaven and earth chi, forming an ownerless blessed land. Xiao Yi who took the chance to enter and plunder the loot. However, the results of the search did not satisfy Xiao Yi Hu. He suffered severe losses this time. The entire immortal GU house chamber pot was destroyed by Fang Gong. Even if he emptied Fang Dongxi's immortal aperture, it was only a drop in the ocean. "No, the WAN clan must give me an explanation." Xiao Yi, whose expression was unsightly. After stabilizing the situation in Eastern Blessed Land, he hurriedly left to find the WAN clan. At this moment, the Anti-Fang Alliance had already successfully reclaimed the WAN clan's Blessed Land. The immortals of the Anti-Fang Alliance were temporarily resting here. Arriving at the front of the hall, Xiao Yi who slightly concealed his unsightly expression and shouted, "Senior WNGU Cho, Junior Xiao Yi who represents the Xiao clan and requests an audience. I have important matters to discuss." Things were different now. WNGU Cho suddenly revived and defeated Fang Clan, turning defeat into victory. Her fame spread far and wide. Western Desert's GU immortal world was shaken. In the face of such an expert, Xiao Yi who had to restrain his attitude towards the WAN clan. Very soon, Xiao Yi who received permission to enter the main hall and saw WNGU Cho. WNGU Cho was dressed in white and had a head full of silver hair, looking very old. On the left stood Wan Hao Guang, on the right stood Wan Xiao. He. She looked at Xiao Yi Hu and laughed. Her laughter was hoarse and horrifying. Xiao Clan's Jr., you've come at the right time. I have something important to discuss with you. Take a seat first and wait for a while. Yes. Xiao Yi Hu did not dare to retort, he chose a seat and sat down. Not long after, the other Anti-Fang Alliance GU Immortals were invited to the main hall to discuss matters. Even the two GU Immortals of the Celestial Court, Wn Zi Hong and Zhu Xiongxin, were present. Wn Gu Cho looked around and said directly, although Fang Clan lost, they stole a large number of our clan's resource points. According to our agreement with Zhu Clan, our Wan clan is unable to pay the compensation. However, there is a great opportunity now. Fang Clan suffered a huge loss and their strength has fallen greatly. As long as we continue to attack, Fang Clan will not be able to resist us. Fang Clan has fallen to the demonic path, we must exterminate them. We will divide the spoils of battle together. The Immortals felt a chill in their bodies and minds. This Wn Gu Cho was extremely shameless. She said she could not pay the compensation and forced the Anti-Fang Alliance to continue. Her methods were also ruthless, she wanted to continue to attack and exterminate Fang Clan. But this was indeed a good opportunity. The Immortals could not help but be moved. Fang Clan sold a large number of Wan Clan's resource points and sold few of their own resource points. Fang Clan's foundation was still there. Now was the time to beat them while they were down. Wan Clan is sinister. They purposely hid Wn Gu Cho and kept us in the dark. Wn Gu Cho had been hiding and waiting for us to be defeated before she made her move and defeated Fang Clan in one go, creating the current situation that is most beneficial to Wan Clan. On the surface, Wan Clan has the most transactions with Xiao Clan, but in fact, their biggest partner is Central Continent Celestial Court. None of the Immortals present were stupid, they had already reacted during this period of time. If Wn Gu Cho made her move earlier, even if the Anti-Fang Alliance defeated Fang Clan, the credit would go to most of the Alliance's GU Immortals. But Wn Gu Cho only made her move at the last moment, immediately restoring Wan Clan's prestige. The Alliance Immortals did not have the qualifications to emphasize their contributions, they did not have the face to ask for compensation. Evil must be eradicated, Fang Clan broke the rules. How can such a super clan continue to stand tall in Western Desert's GU Immortal world? I agree with Senior Wan Gu Cho's plan. But we need to discuss how to distribute the spoils of war. The Immortals had participated in the previous battle and suffered losses, some were anxious to make up for it, like Xiao Yi Hu. Some had experienced danger and wanted to gain more, they wanted to take the chance to make a profit. Seeing that the Western Desert GU Immortals agreed, Wn Gu Cho looked at the two GU Immortals from Celestial Court. Since ancient times, Celestial Court has been the leader of human path, the role model of the righteous path. This time, we will need your help to counterattack Fang Clan. Wn Gu Cho understood deeply, compared to these Western Desert GU Immortals, Celestial Court's support was more important. Without Celestial Court's support, Wan Clan could not attack Fang Clan. Wan Clan had paid a lot to cooperate with Celestial Court, but they also gained a lot. Wn Gu Cho was revived by Celestial Court. Right now, her many rank 8-time Path Immortal GU were all lent to her by Celestial Court. Even her myriad GU Cho killer move was modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Zhu Xiongxin and Wn Zi Hong looked at each other. This development was not out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. This opportunity was what the two Immortals from Celestial Court had been waiting for a long time. At the next moment, Zhu Xiongxin stood up. Friends of Western Desert, my Celestial Court is duty-bound to deal with the demonic path, we are also very willing to support you. However, Fang Clan's calamity is right in front of us. Why did Fang Clan have the guts to attack Wan Clan? The true source is not Fang Clan, but Eastern Sea's heaven-refining demon Venerable. Celestial Court is willing to continue supporting you, but our condition is that you are forbidden from joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The whole place was silent. The GU immortals looked at each other. WNGU Cho was the first to break the silence. My WAN clan will be the first to respond. After the war against Fang clan, WN clan had already become the staunchest supporter of Celestial Court. WANGU Cho spoke again. Xiao Yi Hu, what do you think? Xiao Yi, whose expression was very unsightly, WNGU Cho had specially pointed out his name and forced him into a corner. He had no choice but to express his opinion. He snorted coldly. I, Xiao Yi Hu, am naturally not willing to associate with the demonic path, but this is only my personal opinion. How can I casually represent my Xiao clan and agree to this? I will naturally have to ask my Xiao clan's first supreme elder. He was trying to stall for time. But Zhu Xiongxin had already expected this. Then I would like Xiao Yi Hu to contact your clan's GU immortals. I believe the difference between righteous and demonic is deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao clan is one of the models of Western Desert's righteous path. How can we make a mistake on such an important matter? WNGU Cho immediately nodded, echoing the Celestial Court's immortals. Then let's do it like this. We will discuss the distribution of the spoils of war after all of you ask for instructions. She pretended to be tolerant. If any clan is unwilling, we will not blame them. In this war against Fang, even if you did not make any contributions, you have worked hard. If you do not want to join the Anti-Fang Alliance, my WAN clan will send you off. We will not make things difficult for you. The immortals heard this and cursed inwardly. Right now, they had not received any rewards, or perhaps only a small portion. If they did not agree to the Celestial Court's conditions, WNGU Cho would chase them out of the Anti-Fang Alliance. Only by joining the Anti-Fang Alliance could they get rewards, as well as more spoils of war from Fang clan. After a while, the GU immortals present finished asking for instructions. None of them left. Under the pressure of righteousness, Western Desert superclans could not bear the pressure of public opinion and leave the alliance. Moreover, if they left the alliance at this juncture, the GU immortals would not get any benefits. Fang clan was like a piece of juicy meat, attracting these giants to fight over it. Very good, you did not disappoint me after all. WNGU Cho stood up with a smile on her face. Right now, a new opportunity was in front of her. She was now the alliance leader of the Anti-Fang Alliance. As long as she led the alliance and defeated Fang clan, her reputation would rise to the peak of Western Desert's GU immortal world. By then, she would be like Western Desert's Wu Yong, becoming the publicly recognized leader of Western Desert's GU immortal world. Zhu Xiongxin and WNZ Hong also had smiles on their faces. All of this was within star constellation Immortal Venerable's calculations. Making WNGU Cho the leader of Western Desert was extremely beneficial to Celestial Court. Fang Yuan is number 1 in GU refinement, but in terms of methods, how can he be star constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Zhu Xiongxin sneered in his heart. On the same day, WNGU Cho announced the establishment of the new Anti-Fang Alliance. Following the revival of the strongest expert in WN clan's history, the situation of Western Desert's GU immortal world changed. Almost all the GU immortals of the 5 regions were paying close attention to this. Celestial Court has won this contest. Fang clan is in danger. To think that Celestial Court can revive other GU immortals, it is not just limited to Celestial Court members. The true situation is still in the hands of the Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes action personally, this WNGU Cho is just a clown. HMPH, Fang Yuan can make a move, but can't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable do the same? Haha, it would be best if the two fight, then I, Ancestor Giant Sun, can reap the benefits. Chapter 2293. Western Desert. Myriad or Desert. Shi Zhong looked at Shi clan's information with an indifferent expression. Fang clan failed. It seems that Shi Kang has a chance again. However, Fang clan only lost 2 rank 7 GU immortals and 3 immortal GU houses. They still have the strength to fight. Shi Zhong was someone who was ostracized by Shi clan, while Shi Kang was a rising star that Shi clan had specially nurtured. Shi Zhong flattered Shi Kang on the surface, but he was envious and disgusted inwardly. Regardless of the battle situation or the result, it has nothing to do with me. I still need to rely on myself. Shizhong gritted his teeth, thinking about how his latest attempt to refine wealth immortal GU had failed again. The thought of asking Fang Yuan for help in the GU refinement flashed in his mind. Shizhong gritted his teeth, finally making a decision. It seems that I need to sell some wealth mortal GU. Shizhong could not be nurtured to begin with. Trying to refine wealth immortal GU in secret had expended almost all of his wealth. He was already penniless now. He could only sell some things to exchange for immortal materials for his next attempt. And the only thing he could sell was wealth mortal GU. Even though he had failed many times, he had some results. He could not refine wealth immortal GU, but he managed to refine wealth mortal GU. Communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies, Shizhong hesitated for a long time before choosing more than 10 wealth mortal GU and bringing them into Jewel Yellow Skies. Wealth mortal GU gathered into a lump, forming a treasure light. The treasure light was abundant, but these were clearly mortal GU. This situation attracted the attention of other GU immortals. What GU is this? Why is it giving off such a treasure light? Nu-2 asked. In a little over a year, he advanced to rank 6 GU immortal. Even though he relied on Northern Plains Nu clan, he was still a new rank 6 GU immortal. When he had some free time, he would communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using his divine sense to explore and increase his knowledge. Nu-2 was the great-grandson of GU immortal Nu-Kai. He had also participated in the last Imperial Court contest. He was skilled at enslaving leopards. He was once on the same level as Fang Yuan's Chang Shan Yin. He was recognized as one of the 5 Beast Kings by Northern Plains GU masters. This is wealth GU. Shizhong replied. Nu-2 was stunned for a moment, becoming even more curious. Wealth GU? Wasn't this the legendary immortal GU recorded in the legends of Renzu? With your mortal GU. Shizhong snorted coldly. This is a mortal GU recipe that I created after painstaking research. These rank 5 wealth GU can be turned into any rank 5 GU material. Nu-2's heart shook as he asked, any rank 5 GU material? Can it be used multiple times? Shizhong's voice turned gloomy. These are all one-time consumable GU. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have taken it out for sale. Shizhong had been trying to refine immortal GU level wealth GU. If he sold too many wealth mortal GU, there was the risk of others deducing the immortal GU recipe. At that time, Shizhong would be nurturing his own competitor. If he had a choice, Shizhong would not sell these wealth mortal GU. Moreover, he was only selling a dozen or so mortal GU. Nu-2 thought, these wealth GU can only be converted into any rank 5 GU material, they are not practical. As a GU immortal, what rank 5 GU material can't he get? But this involves the legendary wealth GU, buying some for research or gifting is a good idea. Nu-2 asked for the price, his divine sense soon fluctuated intensely. You are asking for such a high price for a mortal GU? Have you gone crazy from poverty? Shizhong said, friend, at first glance, exchanging mortal GU for immortal materials is somewhat unimaginable. But think about it, as long as you have these mortal GU, you can deduce immortal GU recipes from them. Wealth immortal GU, think about it, how valuable is it? To speak the truth, these mortal GU are basically unique in the current world, there are likely only these few left. I only managed to obtain these by chance, Yi Zichen said with a smile. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in GU refinement. If not for the fact that I am in a tight spot, I would not have sold them. Friend, how many do you want? If you buy 3 at once, I can give you a discount. Shizhong had a glib tongue. Nu-2 fell into hesitation after hearing this. Shizhong's words were not without reason. But was it worth it to use a large number of immortal materials to buy the hope of deducing an immortal GU recipe? Nu-2 was not stupid, he thought about it and said, buying 2 or 3 wealth GU is not a problem. But what I really want to know is, where did you get these things from? Shizhong immediately became vigilant. Friend, you are asking too much. I do not want any trouble because of this. Moreover, if I really provide information as you wish, How can you determine whether it is true or false? That is true. Nu-2 hesitated again. Right at this time, another divine sense interjected with excitement. You actually have wealth, Gu. I will buy them. How many do you have? Give them all to me. Shizhong replied, Friend, don't be anxious, listen to my price. The mysterious Gu immortal heard this and paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I want them all. Shizhong was slightly dazed, while Nu-2 became vigilant. Shizhong thought about it and said, Friend, it is not that I do not want to sell them all to you, but you came later, this friend arrived earlier, we are almost done. Shizhong did not want to sell all the wealth Gu to one person. That way, he would have the most clues to deduce, and the possibility of deducing an immortal Gu recipe would be higher. This mysterious Gu immortal's attitude made Shizhong feel somewhat uneasy. For stability, he naturally hoped that Nu-2 would buy some. But Nu-2 backed down. I was just hesitating when this mysterious Gu immortal appeared. Is this a trap to urge me to buy some wealth mortal Gu? Nu-2 had heard of this scam before. Thus, Nu-2 gave up on the idea of purchasing them. Shizhong was helpless. After hesitating for a while, he sold all the wealth Gu to the mysterious Gu immortal. After collecting enough immortal materials, he left jewel yellow skies and prepared to refine Gu again. He really sold them. Nu-2 was somewhat disappointed. And after that mysterious Gu immortal obtained wealth Gu, he also left jewel yellow skies. He was Spirit Butterfly Valley's Gu immortal Xiao Baihong. Xiao Baihong gave these wealth Gu to the rank 5 Gu master beside him, Xiao Qi-Xing. Xiao Qi-Xing was Xiao Baihong's great-grandson, one of the current 10 children of human path. He was heavily nurtured by the celestial court. Xiao Baihong said, O Qi-Xing, are these wealth Gu really that helpful to you? Xiao Qi-Xing said, Great-grandfather, I cultivate human path, and recently obtained a Gu immortal true inheritance by chance. This true inheritance is very incomplete, but there are more than 10 justice immortal Gu recipes. One of the immortal Gu recipes is the most outstanding. It uses wealth immortal Gu as a supplement to refine justice immortal Gu. Now, even though we did not obtain wealth immortal Gu, with these mortal Gu, we can modify that immortal Gu recipe. Once I refine justice immortal Gu, I can use this Gu as my vital Gu and officially advance to a human path Gu immortal. The 10 children of human path were aware of the superiority of human path, thus they planned to become human path Gu immortals. But this way, they would need human path Gu worms as vital Gu. Xiao Qi-Xing had great ambitions. He wanted to obtain rank 6 justice immortal Gu in advance and use it as his vital Gu. At that time, if his immortal ascension was successful, his vital Gu would advance to rank 7. That way, the rank 6 Xiao Qi-Xing would obtain rank 7 vital immortal Gu in advance. Justice Gu is no doubt a human path Gu worm. With it, along with Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, and others, I will be able to grasp the human path killer move, Master of Justice. This move might become my signature method. Xiao Qi-Xing described his cultivation plan with an excited expression. Xiao Baihong laughed heartily and patted Xiao Qi-Xing's head. Good. Since you have such great ambitions, then I, great-grandfather, will help you even if I have to exhaust all my wealth. Southern border, Tai clan. Good. The righteous path is truly in the hearts of people. Tai Chu-Zhong laughed loudly. Lord Chu-Zhong, I wonder what made you so happy. A female voice was heard. Tai Chu-Zhong turned his head and saw a valiant and heroic-looking rank 5 female Gu master. He smiled. It's Tai Ruo-Nan. Take a look. This is Western Desert's Fang clan's latest battle report. Saying so, Tai Chu-Zhong handed an information path mortal Gu to Tai Ruo-Nan. Tai Ruo-Nan probed with her consciousness and her expression changed. So such a thing happened when we were in closed cultivation in Demon Suppression Tower. Tai Chu-Zhong said with hatred, I had thought that Fang clan was just an empty shell. This clan was already involved with Fang Yuan long ago. They were unworthy of being Western Desert's righteous path. They did not have any of the righteous path's demeanor. Now it seems that it was indeed so. Fang Clan's hearts are completely corrupted. They colluded with this demon, Fang Yuan. Now that they have suffered a crushing defeat, this defeat will be Fang Yuan's outcome in the future. Tai Ruo Nan nodded. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteous. The demonic path is rampant for a moment, but there is always the strength and hope of the righteous path in this world. These two had always hated Fang Yuan. Firstly, Tai Clan's tradition was to fight against the demonic path. They were very iron-fisted. Secondly, these two had deep enmity with Fang Yuan. There was no need to talk about Tai Ruo Nan. They already had enmity on Qing Maro Mountain. Her father had died there. And Tai Chu Zhong had once participated in the pursuit of Fang Yuan, but was captured by Fang Yuan, and his immortal edge Ji was stolen by Fang Yuan. Although he was released, his immortal aperture was taken by Fang Yuan. Tai Chu Zhong could only cultivate again, but he was still a Ji master. Tai Ruo Nan continued to analyze. Celestial Court is indeed the role model of the righteous path, the leader of humanity. They supported WN Clan and revived WN Jiu Cho. They would rather provide immortal Jiu and immortal Yuan stone than interfere in Western Desert's matters. This is the style of the righteous path. Fang Clan's danger is not related to WAN Clan's destruction. WN Clan is only a corner of the 5 regions. Even if it is destroyed, there are still many super forces left. Fang Clan's greatest danger is that it can corrupt people's hearts, causing other GU immortals and super forces to fight to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But now, Celestial Court is giving the world another choice. Celestial Court has immortal Yuan Stone, immortal GU, and can even revive GU immortals. WAN Clan paid a high price to obtain such support. This is Celestial Court's good intentions. Only when there is profit to be gained can it be spread widely, and there is a possibility of following it. This kind of justice is firm and stable. Overly noble justice is instead somewhat fake. It cannot be widely used, it will only make justice appear weak. Chapter 2294. I have read some comments recently. Thank you for your guidance. Many people said that the plot was lousy, but I actually put a lot of effort into it. For example, the choice of the supporting characters in this chapter was done after careful consideration. On the surface, the clues in this chapter were the anti-Fang conflict, but in the dark, it was Justice Gu. It revealed the way of the Celestial Court, star constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme, and Tai Clan's own thoughts. But I have to admit, Venerable Gu is not a good book to read. Because there are too many clues and too many characters, once they are written, the scale of the book will expand rapidly. The best time to read is around 1 to 3 chapters. Thus, many people felt that the first few chapters were interesting. Actually, the later stages were also very interesting, but they were different from the earlier stages. Once you read through it, you would find that the characters and events interacted with each other. The characters from a few million words ago still had their own performances in the later stages. Everyone has their own desires and thoughts, and the whole world is alive. At the end of the book, these characters would experience life and death agitation, their ideals would collide, they would experience the ups and downs of their own fates, causing a dazzling spark to blossom. This writing style was closer to traditional literature. It was indeed a thankless task. Because web novels were a genre, the content of each chapter would be magnified in the reader's perception, the beauty of the overall layout would be reduced over and over again. My outline was over 860,000 words long. I used at least half an hour to think about each chapter, before I started writing. There were very few web novels that involved so many characters. This is also a huge challenge for me. I did not know what the final result would be. Would it be a success or a failure? But I felt the joy of writing from this challenge. But I also understood that most of the time, my readers would only read it for a few minutes every day, they would forget many characters. Recently, I have seriously looked at the suggestions of my readers. Many of the suggestions were very pertinent. For example, there were too many typos. I would like to apologize for this. Indeed, I did not do it well enough. Currently, every once in a while, I would correct the typos that my readers found. In the future, I would check it several times before uploading it. Actually, I did check it, but I was too familiar with the article, I could read it quickly. Honestly speaking, checking was quite difficult. The first time you read it, you would find typos more easily. There were also some suggestions on writing and style. First, the management team will do a questionnaire survey, which will be released in the group, Tiebar, and other channels. Everyone, please do your best. Let me see what everyone thinks. Secondly, I have done some reflection. It was easy for me to rewrite it. If the story was straightforward, it would indeed make the readers feel better when they followed the updates. I could make a little more money, but it would be a waste. Writing in a straightforward manner is actually less taxing on the brain and less challenging than writing in my current style, and my enjoyment of writing is reduced. Venomous GU Master, in my view, has always placed earning money at the back. I think if I update it a little more, I might make some adjustments to the look and feel. After all, if you only read one chapter, the progress of the plot would indeed be limited. My writing method would involve many supporting characters, which would indeed have such a disadvantage. The troublesome thing was that this writing method required a lot of thought and meticulous planning, so there wasn't much time to write. Therefore, there were only so many updates. Everyone should understand each other. I try to update more. But everything was based on quality. Thank you for your suggestions. I saw some of my friends' posts, which were very, very long, and I was very touched. I know, this is all because of their love for the book. Especially the pictures. Wow, it's really amazing. Chapter 2295. Tai Chu Zhong heard this and nodded. His gaze towards Tai Ruonan was filled with unconcealable admiration. Previously, when Tai Chu Zhong heard that Tai Mianshun chose Tai Ruonan to be the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance, he had some doubts. But after this period of interaction, Tai Chu Zhong completely acknowledged Tai Ruonan. He felt that she was the most promising person in this generation of Tai clan. Tai Ruonan, it is good that you have such a deep understanding. Fang Yuan is vicious. He stole my immortal aperture and forced me to use my second aperture to cultivate. I have no choice but to be controlled by him. I cannot make it, my future is bleak. But you have a bright future. With your current accumulation, it is enough for you to ascend to an immortal. Tai Chu Zhong said with joy. Tai Ruonan was not modest. Yes. These days, I have been in closed cultivation using the power of Demon Suppression Tower, and also consulted the experiences of the seniors in the clan. I have 80 to 90% confidence in passing the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Very good. But you need to take it easy. The two heavens are in chaos, Providence is in chaos, there will be losses during the Immortal Ascension. Natural inspiration is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it is very important. Tai Chu Zhong guided. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Tai Chu Zhong explained in detail. During the process of natural inspiration, the GU cultivator can ask Providence and get the answer. If the question is too difficult and surpasses the limits of heaven and earth, there will be no answer. For example, if you want to ask for the method of eternal life during the process of natural inspiration, heaven and earth will not be able to give you an answer. If the question is too simple, even if the GU cultivator gets the answer, they will not be able to make full use of this precious opportunity. It will be a pity. The most ideal situation is for the question to be of moderate difficulty and get a perfect answer. But this situation is too rare, we cannot be sure of it. Thus, the most mature method is to ask a slightly more difficult question. That way, the answer will be correct, but it will not be complete, there will be a small portion missing. As for the missing parts, we can use manpower and material resources to make up for them in our future cultivation. This is the most effective way to use natural inspiration. Tai Ruonan's eyes flickered with light, asking, then how can I judge the difficulty of these questions? Normally speaking, when asking about the immortal GU recipes of ordinary rank 7 immortal GU, this is the standard. Any GU worm related to the legends of Renzu is not an ordinary GU. Other than that, you have to ask about things that are closely related to you. For example, if you cultivate Metal Path, you would ask about metal path. But if he asked about things unrelated to the earth path, the results would be very low. You have to be even more careful when it comes to the dream path. Meanwhile, southern border. Steel Tooth Mountain. In a nameless cave. Wu Yong cupped his fists and bowed, saying with a smile, "Fellow immortal Wang, I've brought some good wine this time." In front of him was an elderly Gu immortal. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes were blurry as if he had just woken up. The old man sighed and said, "Lord Wu Yong, this is the third time you've come to visit. You are a rank 8 Gu immortal, the alliance leader of Southern Alliance, but you are treating a mere rank 7 Gu immortal like me with such respect. I understand your meaning, but I only want to cultivate in seclusion. I do not want to get involved in the conflicts of this world. Even though your wine is fragrant, I do not have the fortune to enjoy it." This old man was a secluded cultivator of southern border. He cultivated wisdom path and was called Forgotten Daoist. Wu clan specialized in wind path. They had no advantage in wisdom path. Wu Yong had been looking for reliable candidates. After learning that Forgotten Daoist was living in seclusion on Steel Tooth Mountain, he personally came to recruit him several times. Wu Yong said with a solemn expression, "You are wrong. In the current world, the two heavens are in chaos. The 5 regions mock battle is almost upon us. Who can remain unaffected? Even if you do not want to make things difficult for others, in this chaotic world, there will always be people who are unwilling to be left out, for example, Western Desert's Fang clan. After obtaining some assistance from Fang Yuan, Fang clan invaded WN clan, even WN clan's first supreme elder died because of it. This is a sign of the chaotic world. Even if the Celestial Court helped WN clan to victory, what is the intrinsic difference between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan? You are a wisdom path Gu cultivator, you cannot ignore this." Forgotten Daoist sighed again. It is better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. In the current world, Great Love Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal are each leading an ultimate force. They have deep foundations and can easily topple the balance of super forces. For example, you, Wu Yong, you will be excited and restless, but I feel only sorrow and bitterness. Lord Wu Yong, there is no need to persuade me anymore, please leave. Wu Yong sighed deeply. He could only hold on to his expectations and bid farewell to Forgotten Daoist with deep regret. This world was huge. There was Shizhong who worked hard to refine immortal Gu in secret. There was Xiao Qixing who borrowed his great-grandfather's strength and was already plotting to obtain rank 7 vital Gu before ascending to immortal. There was Nu too who obtained the clan's assistance and was already a Gu immortal. There was Tai Ruo Nan who cultivated Metal Path as a Gu master and obtained guidance from a senior to understand the secret of natural inspiration. There was an ambitious person like Wu Yong. There was also a Gu immortal like Forgotten Daoist who was content with living in seclusion and did not want to get involved in conflicts. There was also a super force whose future was bleak and was in imminent danger, Fang clan. Fang clan's headquarters. In the discussion hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Fang clan was defeated. Huge losses. What should they do? Be it Fang Gong, Fang Di Chang, Fang Leng, or Fang Yun, they all had heavy moods. WN Jiu Cho had recovered all of WAN clan's lost territories, but the Anti-Fang Alliance still existed. If not for the Alliance discussing the distribution plan, Fang clan would have already been attacked by the Anti-Fang Alliance. Even though Fang clan still had the strength to fight, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Right at this time, Lu Wei-yin suddenly visited. Fang clan's immortals were moved. Quickly invite him in. Fang Gong had just said this when he stood up. No, come with me to welcome him. Fang clan's immortals welcomed Lu Wei-yin into the hall. Lu Wei-yin saw that the Fang clan immortals had strange expressions. Myriad Jiu Cho is truly amazing. According to what I know, Myriad Jiu Cho is a compound killer move of Time Path and Wisdom Path. Once one's emotions are affected, their lifespan will decrease. The decreased lifespan will strengthen the killer move's power and make the melancholic emotions even more intense, shrouding one's heart and causing one's fighting spirit to fall to rock bottom. Fang Hua Sheng sighed. This killer move is very different from historical records. I tried my best to heal it, but there are still many emotions remaining in our hearts, we can only slowly erase them. Lu Wei-yin laughed heartily. No worries. I brought a special immortal GU this time, please give it a try. Saying so, Lu Wei-yin lent an immortal GU to Fang Di-Chang. This was a rank 7 immortal GU belonging to Wisdom Path. Fang Di-Chang barely managed to activate it as the immortal GU shone with profound light that covered his entire body. A moment later, Fang Di-Chang's expression recovered, he felt relaxed, the melancholic emotions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time had vanished. Good immortal GU. Fang Di-Chang praised. Lu Wei-yin continued, our alliance leader learned of Fang Clan's defeat, he specially refined this immortal GU. With this Wisdom Path immortal GU, it is easy to heal the remnant power of myriad GU Cho. Other than this immortal GU, there are also several killer moves that complement it. One of them can even defend against myriad GU Cho. Your clan only needs to pay a set of super resource points to buy them all. Fang Di-Chang smiled bitterly, he was about to speak. Lu Wei-yin continued, friends from Fang Clan, don't be sad. I know that Fang Clan lost Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei, this is a huge loss for Fang Clan, but it is not a problem. Celestial Court has a method to revive myriad GU Cho, how can Lord Fang Yuan not have one? Lord Alliance leader only needs 2 huge resources to revive these two, but their cultivation level will only be at rank 6. This time, the expressions of Fang Clan's immortals changed. Can we really revive Enlei? Fang Chen was extremely excited. He was Fang Clan's son-in-law, Fang Enlei was his wife. Lu Wei-yin smiled, earlier, when we transacted with you, one of the conditions was for you to use your own human chi as a commodity. This human chi is the key to Lord Alliance leader's revival. There is no problem in reviving them. Not just that, it is also not a problem for these two to recover to rank 7. We just need to add 2 huge resource points. Of course, it is not impossible to raise their cultivation level to rank 8. As long as your clan can afford it, Lord Alliance leader has great abilities, he will not disappoint you. Even rank 8 cultivation level can be bought and sold. Fang Gong was stunned. The other Fang Clan GU immortals had complex expressions. Rank 8 cultivation level was once the highest level in the world, but in the last few decades, pseudo-venerables appeared one after another, venerables revived, rank 8 cultivation level fell again and again. Now, rank 8 cultivation level was a commodity that could be bought and sold at will. This made Fang Clan's immortals a little dazed. Lu Wei-yin looked around as he said loudly, do you still not understand? Ever since Fate GU was destroyed, the situation in the world has changed drastically. Immortal GU houses are like this, rank 8 GU immortals are like this, even venerables are like this. This kind of upheaval is akin to turning the world upside down. If a superpower can't adapt to this change, it'll only be a splash in the tide of the new era. It'll only be a fleeting moment before it's eliminated, Shifeng said. Fang Di-Chang squinted, Lord Lu Wei-yin seems to be implying something. Lu Wei-yin chuckled, I will be frank, the current situation is very dangerous, how can Fang Clan resist the anti-Fang alliance? If we defend ourselves, no matter how strong the immortal formation is, it will only delay the destruction for some time. Only by making a world-shaking move can we deal with such an intense change. Of course, the choice is yours. Lord Alliance leader will not interfere in Western Desert's internal conflict. But if I were you, I would abandon all the resource points and sell them in exchange for immortal GU and immortal materials to revive my clan's GU immortals. Fang Gong and Fang Di-Chang's pupils shrunk. The other GU immortals were in an uproar. How can we do that? We are too unfilial. Without these resource points, our Fang clan's foundation will be gone. If we do that, won't we be letting down our ancestors? This is the foundation of our Fang clan. Fang clan's immortals reacted intensely, they looked at Lu Wei-yin with ferocious and hateful gazes. Lu Wei-yin shrugged, saying calmly, whether we sell or not is up to you. I am only giving you a small suggestion. Sell. Fang Di-Chang's voice was extremely hoarse. Fang Gong was silent, he did not object. Lord Fang Di Chang. Some Fang clan GU immortals stood up in excitement. But Fang Di Chang's next words made these GU immortals unable to retort. If we don't sell, can you defend them? Chapter 2296. Sitting on a desolate hill, Fang Di Chang was as silent as a rock. Ever since the 2 days were mixed together, there was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. Instead, the sky was filled with black and white. As a result, there was a clear distinction between light and darkness in this area. Fang Di Chang was currently in the darkness. He expressionlessly looked down the desolate hill. It was a desolate desert with not even a blade of grass growing there. But because the two heavens were intertwined, this huge desert was also divided into areas where light and darkness intertwined. This was Tassel Desert, Fang Clan's super resource point. Every year, during a certain period of time, earth roots would grow here. The earth roots were like straw, like willow branches, soft and tough. The earth roots were long and short. They ranged from ordinary GU materials to rank 8 immortal materials. When it was lush, the earth roots would cover the entire Tassel Desert. When the wind blew, it would look like the waves of earth roots that were as vast as mountains and seas, magnificent and soul-stirring. This was the #1 resource point of Fang Clan. It was the pride of every Fang Clan GU immortal. But now, he had to sell it to Fang Yuan. Once he sold it, he would never be able to return. It was practically an eternal farewell. Fang Di Chang's expression was wooden, but his heart was like the desert in front of him, desolate and cold. Fang Gong's figure flew over and landed on the desolate hill, standing beside Fang Di Chang. You really are here. Fang Gong sighed. Fang Di Chang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly had a twisted expression as he clenched his fists. Fang Yuan did it on purpose. I'm afraid he already knew about WNGU Cho's existence, but he didn't say anything, causing our clan to suffer a great loss. Fang Gong was slightly taken aback. Fang Di Chang continued, even if he does not know about WNGU Cho's revival, he concealed the fact that he can revive my clan's GU immortals. As long as he mentioned it in advance, even if it was just half a sentence, I would know. I knew that Venerables had methods to easily revive GU immortals. I would have been on guard against WNGU Cho. Who knows, we might exchange for that forgotten worry immortal GU in advance. We would have the most basic defense against the killer move Myriad Sorrow. We would not be defeated. Instead, the Anti-Fang alliance would collapse. Fang Di Chang was almost shouting at the end. He wasn't wrong at all. At that time, the battle situation was actually on the front line. The victory of Fang Clan and the Anti-Fang alliance was just a matter of time. If they knew of WNGU Cho's existence, Fang Clan would not have sent 6 immortal GU houses to attack Myriad Age Building. Myriad Ancient Sorrow had an area of effect. But at that time, under the condition that Fang Clan didn't know about it, forcing the remnants of WN Clan to surrender was the best move to obtain benefits. All right. Fang Gong smiled bitterly. Things have already happened. Second Elder, don't dwell on it anymore. We don't have the spring and autumn cicada to go back. The GU immortals that Celestial Court revived earlier were all their members. Everyone guessed that their revival was related to the contribution of immortal apertures. Adding on the fact that the immortal tomb was almost completely destroyed by Fang Yuan, WNGU Cho's resurrection is very hard to predict. Fang Di Chang's expression was cold as ice. No, it is Fang Yuan, everything is because of Fang Yuan. He's the mastermind behind all of this. I'm very clear-headed now. Our Fang Clan defeating the Anti-Fang alliance is not what the Celestial Court wants to see. But it is also not what Fang Yuan wants to see. Because even if our Fang Clan wins, we will not invade other super forces. But in this situation, our Fang Clan needs to relocate urgently and sell all our resource points to Fang Yuan in exchange for immortal GU and GU immortal revivals. What will we do next? We have no resource points and cannot replenish ourselves. We can only rely on Fang Yuan. We can only continue to invade other super forces' resource points and trade them with Fang Yuan in exchange for immortal GU and other cultivation resources. Our Fang clan has already become his vanguard, his bandits. We are plundering Western Desert for him. And he, Guo Fang Yuan, is still in Eastern Sea. He is the high and mighty great love immortal Venerable. He will announce to the outside world that he will not interfere in Western Desert's internal strife. All of the crimes will be shouldered by our Fang clan. He, Guo Fang Yuan, is clean. He, ha ha ha, what heaven and earth great love alliance. What great love immortal Venerable. Fang Di Chang looked up at the sky and let out a mocking laugh. His eyes were red, his hair was disheveled and there were already glistening tears in his eyes. First Elder Fang Gong, think about it, don't you feel that Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's death was too strange? If he dies like this, our Fang clan will only have one path left to take. This is Fang Yuan. He wore a fake human skin but was actually a vicious beast that devoured people without spitting out their bones. I hate him, I hate him. Fang Di Chang gritted his teeth. I hate my Fang clan for being too deeply involved with Fang Yuan. I hate those Eastern Sea superforces, they were too weak and easily bullied, they actually allowed Fang Yuan to act like a tyrant over them. However, the person I hate the most is myself. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal in vain. I did not see through Fang Yuan's scheme and even implicated the whole of Fang clan to become Fang Yuan's chess pieces. We were manipulated by him, played by him. I, Fang Di Chang, am the sinner of Fang clan. Saying so, Fang Di Chang was already kneeling on the ground. He looked down at the ground and punched the ground as he cried bitterly. This proud wisdom path Gu immortal had not lost his composure and cried so bitterly for 100 years. Fang Gong sighed and slowly sat down beside Fang Di Chang. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's death was strange, how could I not be suspicious? But even if it is Fang Yuan's scheme, what can we do? Do we have evidence? He. Fang Gong showed a helpless and humble smile. Even if we have evidence, what can we do to heaven-refining demon Venerable? Fang Gong put his hand on Fang Di Chang's shoulder. Don't lose your composure, second Supreme Elder, you are the brains of Fang clan. If other Fang clan Gu immortals see this, what will they think? What will happen to our morale? Fang Di Chang gritted his teeth and stopped crying. He sat down on the ground again and stood beside Fang Gong. Fang Gong continued, I also hate. I hate Celestial Court, I hate Wan clan, I hate Fang Yuan, and I also hate you. But at the same time, I hate myself even more. As Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, I was defeated by the killer move Myriad Ancient Sorrow. I was like a dog that fled in a sorry state, I could not do anything. My fists were so weak, my body was so fragile. Fang Di Chang, you are not the first Supreme Elder, I am. Who is at fault for Fang clan's current situation? No one's mistake is heavier than mine. If I could atone for my sins with my death, I would immediately commit suicide in front of the Anti-Fang Alliance. But I cannot. We are all aware of the nature of the righteous path. Once Fang clan loses a rank 8 like me, those people will become even more vicious. I can only live with my fists clenched, my face steeled, and my chest puffed out. Only then can I be more beneficial to Fang clan, only then can I hope to atone for my sins. I want to atone for my sins with merit. I don't want to become the greatest sinner in history, I don't want Fang clan to end in my hand. Do you understand? Fang Di Chang. Fang Gong shouted. Fang Di Chang gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Gong. Of course I understand. Fang Gong stood up and looked at the desert and the horizon, continuing, today's Tassel Desert is like the walking stone crevice of the past. We need to imitate Fang clan's first-generation immortal ancestor and face the difficulties head-on. What is home? It is not these resource points, it is ourselves. Where there are people, there is hope. You are right. Fang Di Chang also stood up with a resolute expression. Our Fang clan still has hope. Immemorial two heavens. Spectral soul demon Venerable's mountain-like body charged towards Jun Guang and Che Wei, the two celestial court Gu immortals. Air currents surged as formless pressure enveloped Jun Guang and Che Wei. Oh no, why did we provoke him? Jun Guang frowned deeply. Che Wei sighed, even if spectral soul demon Venerable is not sane, we are not his match. Retreat. But we've worked so hard to guide these stars here. And this heavenly veil was given to us by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Jun Shenguang gritted his teeth, choosing to retreat wisely in the end. The three-headed thousand-armed spectral soul demon Venerable shouted loudly, raising hundreds of thick black arms that resembled towering trees as he tore at the empty space in front of him. With a series of loud tearing sounds, the originally empty sky suddenly tore open, as if a huge curtain had been torn into countless pieces. Hidden in the curtain were hundreds of thousands of huge stars. Bam bam bam, spectral soul demon Venerable charged into the group of stars. The stars along the way were either smashed by his mountain-like body or crushed by his hundreds or thousands of giant hands. The two heavenly court GU immortals saw that their painstaking efforts over the past few days were all for naught. They were furious. Fortunately, the stars scattered quickly. Spectral soul demon Venerable lost his consciousness and only a small portion of them was destroyed. Che Wei and Jun Shenguang discussed for a while. They decided to clean up the heavenly veil and bring the remaining stars back to Central Continent. After all, this was a mission personally given by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This is a heavenly veil. Shen Shong suddenly appeared. Che Wei and Jun Shenguang's hearts sank. They became very vigilant. Shen Shong had displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. He was a truly strong enemy to them. Shen Shong also collected some heavenly veils. He looked at spectral soul demon Venerable who was still destroying the stars. He smiled at the two Celestial Court GU immortals. Can you tell me why Celestial Court is collecting these stars? Che Wei and Jun Shenguang had grim expressions. Shen Shong continued to smile. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Since you used the heavenly veil to collect the stars, you definitely want to do this secretly. You don't want this matter to be interrupted. Then I will directly collect these shattered heavenly veils and announce your actions to the public. Che Wei snorted coldly. Shen Shong, don't go overboard. Fang Clan's outcome will be the outcome of all the super forces that sided with Fang Yuan. Your Shen Clan's good days will be numbered soon. Shen Shong squinted. You don't need to worry about my Shen Clan's matters. I know for sure that the good days of the two of you are about to come to an end. Retreat. Jun Shenguang spoke. Che Wei immediately responded. Shen Shong chased for a while, forcing the two Celestial Court GU immortals to retreat. He returned and collected all of the heavenly veils. These heavenly veils are all very precious Heaven Path immortal materials. It is the best to offer them to Alliance leader Fang Yuan. Chapter 2297. Hundreds of stars shot towards profound literature grotto heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu's subordinates had already received the news. They were already prepared. They are here. Quickly activate the immortal formation. Bam bam bam. The stars collided with the immortal formation, erupting with a huge force. Profound light flashed as the stars shattered into countless fragments. The immortal formation suffered the most intense attack. A large number of GU immortals were injured and coughed out blood. A moment later, the damaged immortal formation was still standing, but there were still several stars charging towards it. Retreat. Old Immortal Hua Yu ordered. Lord. No, the grotto heaven is behind us. If there is a mishap, I will not retreat. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will protect our homeland. Even though the GU immortals were weak, their morale was high. Profound literature grotto heaven was originally placed in the void. It was condensed into a single point. The movement of the stars in the outside world had nothing to do with it. But now that the two heavens were mixed, there was a huge change. All the grotto heavens in the two heavens were more or less implicated. They were forced to show themselves. Right now, behind the damaged immortal formation was profound literature grotto heaven's immortal aperture entrance. Even though the entrance was closed, it was exposed and could not disappear. Old Immortal Hua Yu immediately shouted, I have my methods, don't hesitate, otherwise, you will lose your life for nothing. The immortals were silent. They quickly disassembled the immortal formation and left, entering profound literature grotto heaven. They believed in Old Immortal Hua Yu. They're here. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alone. He looked at the incoming stars with a grim expression. Immortal killer move, cold word. Immortal killer move, idle gossip. The first move emitted a cold frost that caused the stars' speed to decrease. The second move sliced the stars, causing them to shatter. However, the large star fragments still had a huge impact force. Go all out. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted furiously. Disregarding his life, he used his methods to block all of these star fragments. Goo! He coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale, his body was covered in injuries, star path light shined from him. With the fusion of the two heavens, the stars were affected by the heavenly Tao. They were extremely chaotic, but they were also strengthened and had great power. Even old Immortal Hua Yu, who had rank 8 cultivation level, could barely resist it. Just as old Immortal Hua Yu was about to turn around, he suddenly turned around and saw another wave of stars flying over. If these stars were to reach profound literature grotto heaven, the consequences would be unimaginable. His pupils constricted and his expression stiffened before relaxing again. He was prepared for this. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to block this wave. But at this moment, Jun Shenguang suddenly appeared. The sky curtain. As he flew, he waved his hand and quickly set up a canopy in front of the planet. The stars crashed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble violently, forming huge transparent waves. It is Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Jun Shenguang. Old Immortal Hua Yu was stunned. It's the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's Old Immortal Hua Yu. Jun Shenguang was also slightly taken aback and immediately became worried. This was a crucial moment. If Old Immortal Hua Yu took action, the sky screen would probably be destroyed again. However, what worried Jun Shenguang did not happen in the end. An unbearable amount of time passed, but Old Immortal Hua Yu did not do anything. He watched as Jun Shenguang closed the sky curtain and enveloped all of the stars. Eventually, Jun Shenguang took a deep look at Old Immortal Hua Yu before dragging the huge bag of sky curtain and leaving with the stars. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. Old Immortal Hua Yu entered the grotto heaven with a complex mood. He had actually managed to survive because of Celestial Court. Looking down at the whole of profound literature grotto heaven, there were calamities everywhere. There were earthquakes and floods, the thick smoke from volcanic eruptions covered the sky, and the acid rain had already lasted for dozens of days. The two heavens have fused, the heavenly Tao is in turmoil. Providence is in chaos, and our two heavens grotto heavens are all heaven vein nodes. We are also facing calamity. Lives are in chaos, countless people are crying in sorrow. Sigh, I feel guilty. Old Immortal Hua Yu sighed deeply. He was filled with self-blame, helplessness, anger, and other complex emotions. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens had deep feelings for their own grotto heavens. This was different from the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens were ostracized by the 5 regions. They could only survive in the two heavens that were filled with danger. Most of them cultivated in seclusion. They viewed their grotto heavens as the world's final, warmest, and most stable pure land and home. Among these grotto heavens, there was a unique imperial court system. It was a unified Gu immortal force. Profound literature grotto heaven had the deepest feelings towards its home. The immortals came to greet Old Immortal Hua Yu. That was a close shave. We should ask for reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The two heavens are fusing. The environment is so dangerous. Eastern Seas Gu immortals live like princes. Why would they take the risk? Sigh, it is not impossible to ask for reinforcements. It is just that the price is too high. The entire Imperial Court's foundation is about to be emptied. Skeleton Grotto Heaven and others are asking for reinforcements at all costs. This is a vicious competition. Eastern Seas Gu immortals are raising the price. Damn it. Sigh, Lord Alliance leader is not doing anything. Great Love Immortal Venerable is busy refining Tao marks or making arrangements in Western Desert. Why would he care about the small matters of profound literature grotto heaven? Our profound literature grotto heaven is going to be devoured by him anyway. Old Immortal Hua Yu's expression turned solemn. He shouted, "Shut up, how can you criticize Lord Alliance leader like this?" Even though he said that, Old immortal Hua Yu's mind flashed with the scene earlier, especially Jun Shenguang's final glance. Longevity heaven. Waves of golden radiance vibrated. Hold on, hold on. Several GU immortals of the 8 extremities controlled Calamity Luck Altar, trying to stabilize the situation. The whole of longevity heaven was shaking intensely. The ground was shaking. Not just Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was also controlling Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. However, the 2 Luck Path Immortal GU houses could only barely maintain the situation. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ground cracked, almost splitting the whole of longevity heaven into 2. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of waves could be heard from underground, scarlet light pierced through the sky. A vast sea of blood appeared in front of the immortals. Longevity heaven actually has a sea of blood of such a scale? Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were shocked. Celestial Court. The bright and peaceful atmosphere was already gone. Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, Prince's Impatience, and other members were rushing around. Shabi 95, Ruan Dan, and even Qing Cho were mobilized to stabilize the situation. Heaven and earth were collapsing, forming terrifying cracks. The grand palaces had already been dismantled by the Celestial Court's GU immortals, condensing into more than 10 immortal GU houses of rank 6, 7, and 8. No matter what the situation was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not care. She focused on refining the wisdom path Dao marks in Celestial Court. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's soul was lying leisurely in the pool water. The pool water was hot, steam lingered around it. It was like a white fog. Every once in a while, the pool water would create waves that slammed onto Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul originally had 100 arms and 2 heads, but after being cleansed by the pool water, most of his hundreds of arms had already disappeared. His head had also returned to its original size. This pool was not an ordinary pool, it was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After Fang Yuan raised advanced refinement GU to rank 9, he started to modify 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After completing it some time ago, he started to bathe his soul. Because 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool contained rank 9 advanced refinement GU, it was already a genuine rank 9 immortal GU house. This immortal GU house still had 4 core immortal GU, advanced refinement immortal GU, water refinement immortal GU, immortal regret GU, and blood asset immortal GU. Advanced Refinement Immortal GU was rank 9, the other 3 Immortal GU were rank 8. Among them, Blood Asset Immortal GU had already reached its limit, it could not be raised to rank 9. Celestial Court's contributions in suppressing the development of Blood Path could not go unnoticed. Advanced Refinement Immortal GU reached rank 9. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was originally created before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After Fang Yuan became a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster, he had the ability to modify it. Right now, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's GU refinement power had undoubtedly risen by a large margin. Fang Yuan's soul used 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to bathe in it. The effect was miraculous. The drawbacks of soul path cultivation were gradually decreasing. Fang Yuan cultivated soul path mainly by referring to spectral soul demon Venerable's soul path true inheritance. But this true inheritance had a huge drawback, it was already showing itself. A human's soul was at most 100 million man soul, this was the limit of the race. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate GU, and after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable innovated it, it broke through the limit of the human body and underwent a qualitative change, breaking through from 100 million man soul to desolate soul. Then 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. "100 million desolate soul was the limit of spectral soul's true inheritance. It could form 3,000 armed demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength, directly resisting calamities and tribulations, defying heaven and earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was the peak of soul cultivation, it was also the limit that the world could contain. But Fang Yuan gradually discovered that this cultivation method had a huge drawback. Spectral soul demon Venerable sought too much power, it left behind many hidden dangers. A human soul was a human soul. After breaking through to desolate soul, the pure human nature had added bestial nature, or rather, it was one's nature. 100 million desolate soul was terrifying, but the human nature occupied very little of it. Instead, the natural wild nature occupied most of it. Right now, spectral soul demon Venerable's consciousness had completely dissipated. He was first controlled by star constellation immortal Venerable, then roamed the two heavens, acting according to his bestial nature. This was the manifestation of the drawback. Fang Yuan had already guessed spectral soul demon Venerable's situation. Some time ago, Shen Shong had contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Fang Yuan compared the two and finally confirmed the drawback of soul path cultivation. In the past, human path had not developed. The limit of a human was 100 million man soul. Spectral soul demon Venerable had no choice but to make a breakthrough, but in fact, he had stepped onto the wrong path. Of course, there are many reasons for this. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable wanted to create killing path and annexed black heavenly spirit, but he did not succeed, so he created soul path instead. The deeper meaning behind this is terrifying just by thinking about it. Chapter 2298. Intense winds and rain filled the entirety of Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was dark and gloomy. Within the intense winds, more than 10 immortal GU houses were moving around. Almost all of the members of Celestial Court were here to stabilize the situation. A large amount of black smoke is leaking from the northeast corner. It can corrode the ground and turn it into mud. The immortal graveyard is there, we need to protect it. Name Plaque Palace is heavily damaged, requesting reinforcement. Someone help me, I can't repair this crack in time. The GU immortals conversed. This situation had already been going on for dozens of days. It was getting more and more intense. Celestial Court was filled with danger everywhere, and most importantly, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. It could be said to be the #1 heaven vein node in the world. During these 2 days of confusion, Celestial Court suffered the greatest impact. Originally, Celestial Court was heavily defended, but after 2 invasions, the defensive methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and the rest were either completely destroyed or had their power greatly reduced. They could no longer be used. Crack! Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across half of Celestial Court. It was blocked by 5 Deity Hall in the end. The latter suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater and rumbling dust. Such a phenomenon was the display of Celestial Court's deep foundation. Even the rank 8-5 Deity Hall could barely resist it. It was a chaotic scene. Right at this unstable situation, in Central Great Hall, star constellation Immortal Venerable slowly opened her eyes. Her starry eyes were deep and profound. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through Central Great Hall, instantly seeing the situation in Celestial Court. From today onwards, this is your home, little star. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable introduced the young star constellation. Where is this? Celestial Court. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said with deep emotions. Celestial Court. Star constellation muttered this unfamiliar term. You can treat it as your home. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable stroked star constellation's head. Home. Star constellation's eyes brightened. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at everything. His gaze seemed to be looking at the 5 regions, as if he could see through the future. This is naturally your home, because it is also the home of the entire human race. A scene from deep within her memories appeared in star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind before vanishing. Since when has the Celestial Court been in such a difficult situation? Master. This is our home. I will protect you until the end, and then I await your return. In the next moment, a purple radiance suddenly spread out from the central hall, and soon spread to every corner of the Celestial Court. This is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move. We are useless. We implicated Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? Clearly, She had completely refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. Under the illumination of the purple light, the raging wind and rain dissipated, the bombarding thunder and lightning disintegrated, and the cracks between heaven and earth quickly closed up. The celestial court's GU immortals were deeply shaken. This was the might of a Tao Lord. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court. Her strength here had already surpassed giant sun Immortal and spectral soul demon Venerable. Even now, when giant sun Immortal and Fang Yuan joined hands to attack the celestial court, they would not be able to gain an advantage over star constellation Immortal Venerable. Go. Let's go and meet Lady Star Constellation. Some immortal GU houses landed, some floated in the air. The GU immortals moved out and entered the central Great Hall. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was already using her investigative method. This time, the effect was completely different from before. Using the huge number of wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court, the investigative killer move's power rose sharply. It seems that the situation is still within our expectations. The two venerables are still refining natural Tao marks. Fang Yuan is limited by his immortal essence, his refinement results are the lowest. Giant Sun Immortal has the most results, he is ahead of me. Star constellation Immortal Venerable soon stopped her investigative method. She needed to conserve her immortal essence. It was time for the celestial court's immortals to report the situation. With the fusion of 2 days, celestial court was shaken and suffered huge losses. Back then, profound literature Grotto Heaven was in danger of being attacked by the stars. Old Immortal Hua, you did not make a move against me. I managed to retrieve that batch of stars and bring them all back to Central Continent. Jun Shenguang mentioned an interesting situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Humans, the Imperial Court, poems, mountains and rivers, Fang Yuan, mermaid immortals, sovereign immortal aperture. In an instant, all sorts of information regarding old Immortal Hua Yu and profound literature Grotto Heaven flashed past star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. With the help of the celestial court's wisdom path Tao marks, star constellation Immortal Venerable only used a few hundred thoughts and a negligible amount of immortal essence to deduce the result. This profound literature Grotto Heaven has the possibility of rebelling. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could completely understand old Immortal Hua Yu's deep feelings towards the Grotto Heaven. Disrupting Jun Shenguang was undoubtedly a huge contribution, but old Immortal Hua Yu did not do so. This proved that in his heart, profound literature Grotto Heaven's status was higher than his contribution in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. And most importantly, old Immortal Hua Yu was against Fang Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. Thus, profound literature Grotto Heaven joined the Righteous Chi Alliance. But later, when Fang Yuan declared it to be Great Love, Eastern Sea's superforces were too disappointing and joined Fang Yuan. Profound literature Grotto Heaven was actually caught in the crossfire. As for why Fang Yuan did not devour these Grotto Heavens and end it all, it was simple. The sovereign immortal aperture was not stable, it could not hold on for much longer. Non-conflicting Tao marks was a double-edged sword. Long before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already deduced this huge threat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan absorbed resource points crazily. He focused on Earth Path resource points in the beginning. He was likely constructing Earth Path Tao veins and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan lost a large number of GU immortal subordinates. Later, he recruited 6 mermaid immortals and was willing to take the risk. It showed that he was lacking manpower and the sovereign immortal aperture was in danger. Thus, Fang Yuan could not devour these Grotto Heavens. He is only good at defending against wisdom path deductions. Western Desert's Fang clan's decision also affected his mental state. His lack of refinement path gains is his greatest worry. Profound literature Grotto Heaven's situation is unavoidable. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, he became venerable in refinement path, not wisdom path. His wisdom path attainment was not high in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. The reason why Fang Yuan succeeded in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave was because star constellation Immortal Venerable focused on reviving and plotted to obtain Crazed Demon Cave's gains, while guarding against Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan managed to take advantage of this loophole. Wisdom Path was not good at fighting. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had too little time to prepare. As time passed, Wisdom Path's advantage continued to accumulate. Ignoring everything else, after refining Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, star constellation Immortal Venerable was already invincible against the three Venerable. But even if Fang Yuan is not skilled in Wisdom Path, his Wisdom Path methods are not something ordinary rank 8 GU immortals can compare to. The flaw in profound literature Grotto Heaven has just been exposed. Old Immortal Hua Yu will definitely not report this matter. This is our Celestial Court's advantage. Once we do not grasp this opportunity and waste time, Fang Yuan will notice this. Thinking of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sent Jun Shen Guang and Qin Ding Ling to profound literature Grotto Heaven in secret, to try to instigate old Immortal Hua Yu. Since profound literature Grotto Heaven can be instigated, maybe Western Desert's Fang clan can as well? WNZ Hongs will saw this and raised her opinion. Duke Tong chuckled in disdain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head and asked WNZ Hong's will, "Why do you think WN clan did not choose to side with Fang Yuan back then? Knowing the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan, why did Western Desert's super forces still agree to form an anti-Fang alliance with Fang clan before our Celestial Court showed up?" WNZ Hong's will was slightly dazed. She seemed to have understood something. The fusion of the two heavens, the confrontation of three venerables, the political situation of the five regions was treacherous. Other than benefits and strength, there was also the human heart. The human heart was a very subtle thing. It was hard to guess at times, but also easy to distinguish at other times. Back then, the reason why the Celestial Court was established and received an extremely intense response was because of the human heart. Righteous path and demonic path, if they were only divided according to the standard of those who benefited from it, it would be somewhat superficial. The Celestial Court could recruit otherworldly demons, it could recruit demonic path GU immortals like WNZ Hong. This could be said to be protecting the righteous path. It was a great virtue. But if the Celestial Court recruited Fang clan, it would lose the human heart. What reason did the Celestial Court use to support WAN clan? What slogan had the Celestial Court always followed? What stance did they take? If they could easily recruit Fang clan, who had joined the demonic path, then what would the Celestial Court's actions, which only cared about benefits, be like? In front of such a major issue, if the Celestial Court wavered and coveted small benefits, it would be a huge blow to its own prestige. Even the GU immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would hesitate because of this. Especially at this sensitive moment, Fang clan had Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan secretly plotted to have Fang clan attack WN clan because he knew that his prestige and the human heart would not gain widespread recognition just because he proclaimed great love. Eastern Sea's super forces took the initiative to side with him because they feared his prestige. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan's transactions were mostly for the sake of benefits. Not long after, didn't Wu Yong openly transact with the Celestial Court again? If the Celestial Court did that, Fang Yuan would probably laugh his head off. This suggestion was only made by WNZ Hong's will. She was from the demonic path after all. The other Celestial Court GU immortals did not make such a suggestion. Did they not think of it? Of course not. The righteous path has already gained the upper hand in the battle in Western Desert. The only worry is that Fang clan is staking it all and selling all their resource points to Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a thought. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the number one person in Wisdom Path. She had already expected this situation. Thus, when she sent people, she chose Zhu Xiongxin. Zhu Xiongxin was an information path GU immortal. He was skilled in collecting clues. Once Fang clan abandoned everything and wandered, Zhu Xiongxin would collect relevant clues and report them to Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Evil must be eradicated. Fang clan had to be destroyed. After Star constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, She needed to rest and accumulate some immortal essence before moving on to the next step. In this short period of time, the threat of spectral soul demon Venerable is much greater than giant sun immortal and heaven refining demon Venerable. It is time to send people to search for fairy myrtle. Star constellation immortal Venerable arranged everything clearly. Chapter 2299. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. This time, I managed to conceal it again. Just earlier, star constellation immortal Venerable had used an investigative killer move to probe Fang Yuan's background. Obscured heavenly secret worked again. It helped Fang Yuan conceal the truth. Heaven Path. Giant Sun Immortal did not understand Heaven Path, so be it. But star constellation immortal Venerable was deceived time and time again. She had once become one with the Tao, she influenced and even altered providence. She was actually deceived by me. Is it because Heaven Path is profound, or is it because her revival has hidden flaws? At least in terms of Heaven Path, she did not inherit her previous life's foundation. Earlier, star constellation immortal Venerable's investigative ability was unprecedentedly powerful. There is a high chance that she completely refined Celestial Court's Tao marks. Fang Yuan was only guessing, he did not use any investigative methods. Fang Yuan inspected the sovereign immortal aperture. The third ring of Earth Path Tao veins had already been constructed. The Wind Path Tao veins and Fire Path Tao veins were also almost complete, only a few more were left before the first ring of Tao veins would be completed. The immortal GU transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were carried out several times. They were exchanged for some resource points. The main reason was Fang Clan's contribution points, otherwise, there would not have been such huge progress. Western Desert's Fire Path, Earth Path, and Wind Path Tao marks were outstanding, so these three paths had the most resource points. Fang Clan was forced into a desperate situation. They could only sacrifice themselves to survive. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of gains, but this caused the immortal aperture to be in a dangerous situation. Currently, Fang Yuan had already slowed down the acquisition of Earth Path resource points. He had switched to other paths' resource points. According to his deductions, he should first construct the initial stages of each Tao vein, at least to the scale of the first ring. After that, it would have an immediate effect on the stability of the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture is unstable, abnormal situations are occurring frequently. The GU immortals inside the immortal aperture are already being squeezed to the limit. Even the 6 mermaid immortals we recruited earlier are not enough. During this period of time, several GU immortals had already gone all out. Thankfully, Fang Yuan built a healing hall, otherwise, if the GU immortals took too long to heal, the sovereign immortal aperture would collapse. In the end, Fang Yuan's main body had to personally suppress it. I need to increase the manpower of some GU immortals. It was true that Venerable ones were invincible, but the situation was rather complicated when 3 Venerable ones were confronting each other. Based on the current situation, the most important task for the 3 Venerables was to refine the natural Tao marks. However, the scale of the natural Tao marks in the world was terrifying. It would take a long time for the 3 Venerables to completely refine them. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal was making the most progress. He was still refining Northern Plains Tao marks. The 3 Venerables were far from reaching the stage of a decisive battle. Because Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were refined, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a stable base. Even if the other Venerables joined forces, they would not be able to form a sufficient advantage. Before they had enough of an advantage, it was unwise to fight in advance. The Venerables would never do such a thing. Thus, for a long period of time, the Venerables needed other GU Immortals to help them and assist them. Because of the situation, ordinary GU Immortals had a lot of value to the Venerables. This kind of value was still very great during the standoff. Even if Fang Yuan was a refinement path Venerable who could refine rank 8 and below immortal GU at will, and could construct many immortal GU houses, he could not replace GU Immortals. It was clear from the fight against Fang Yuan earlier. The true deciding factor was not the immortal GU houses, but Fang Gong and WN GU Cho. 4 GU Immortal Experts. Once an Immortal GU house's routine was figured out, it would be stiff and inflexible, easy to target. Be it Fang Clan's roof tile breaking killer move or Zhuo Qiu Clan's scattered sand, they could counter Immortal GU houses. Thus, it depended on the person. GU were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. It was good to have many Immortal GU, but the human factor was equal to the GU. Fang Yuan needed a large number of GU Immortal subordinates. On one hand, when the Venerables fought, it would be convenient for him to have enough subordinates. Especially when he was refining natural Dao marks and could not leave. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was developing the sovereign immortal aperture. He needed a large number of GU Immortals to suppress abnormal situations. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also needed GU Immortals. On one hand, during the confrontation, they could help the Venerables deal with some matters. For example, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was refining Celestial Quartz Dao marks, Jun Shenguang went into the two heavens to collect stars. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were trying to nurture a second Venerable. With Fate GU destroyed, it was completely possible for a new Venerable to be born. As for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, because of conflicting Dao marks, they could not become a second Venerable. But how could he increase the number of GU Immortals? It was most convenient to bring in GU Immortals from the 5 regions. But there was a huge hidden danger. On one hand, these GU Immortals might be planted by other Venerables. Fang Yuan was already taking a risk by bringing in the 6 Mermaid Immortals. If he brought in GU Immortals from the 5 regions, Fang Yuan was more inclined to bring in variant humans. After all, variant humans stood on the opposite side of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Other than bringing in external GU Immortals, Fang Yuan's main method was to undergo immortal ascension. He would nurture GU Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. This had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the GU Immortals' loyalty could be guaranteed. The disadvantage was that nurturing GU Immortals would take a long time. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench present thirst. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was more outstanding than the other Venerables. His sovereign immortal aperture did not exclude time path, so he could easily change the flow of time. Among the Venerable immortal apertures, the sovereign immortal aperture had the fastest flow of time. It was almost the fastest. In terms of nurturing GU Immortals, Fang Yuan had accumulated many excellent candidates. He had specially revived the GU Immortals who were sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave as mortals. But now that the two heavens were mixed, Providence was in chaos, GU Immortals would lose the chance to undergo immortal ascension now. This would not do. Fang Yuan knew his own limitations. His wisdom path deductions could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and he could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal either. Thus, Fang Yuan had to make good use of this chance of natural imitation. If he missed this chance, his deductions and modifications of killer moves would fall behind the other two Venerables. If he could not bring in GU Immortals, or nurture GU Masters into immortal ascension, what should he do? Fang Yuan thought of human path. Fang Yuan's clone was still trapped in Divine Emperor City, but he used Shenshong to transfer his human path cultivation results to Fang Yuan's main body. Moreover, Fang Yuan had made a transaction with Shenshong. The latter contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Fang Yuan thus obtained Merchant GU and Beggar Gu's Immortal GU Remnant recipes. If he had the complete Immortal GU recipes, Fang Yuan could refine Merchant GU and Beggar Immortal GU. After activating them, he could add more manpower without worrying about loyalty. But Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was not high enough. Human path Immortal GU recipes were not easy to deduce. Were there such wild human path Immortal GU in the natural world? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high probability of none. Such Immortal GU recipes needed to be created personally. After Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not try to deduce these human path Immortal GU recipes. It would waste too much time and effort. Thus, Fang Yuan was looking forward to the development of human path in central continent. Not to mention anything else, just his soul Dao cultivation had to be driven by the human Dao. Like refinement path, the reason why it could reach its current level of prosperity was because of the development of refinement path itself, and also because of the various paths. The sea of people shook, creating huge waves. After the tides rose and fell, 2 GU immortals were left on the beach. Where is this? I should have died on the battlefield. Fang Dongxi and Fang Enlei stood up in confusion. The scene in front of them made them uncertain. But soon, Fang Yuan's will descended and told them everything. Lord Fang Yuan actually has such an incredible method to revive us. Fang Clan's 2 GU immortals were filled with excitement and joy of revival. Right at this time, a huge wave appeared in the sea of people. The scale of this wave was much larger than Fang Clan's earlier wave. The huge wave crashed onto the beach, it came quickly and retreated quickly. A young-looking GU immortal stepped on the wave, walking towards the shore. He had rank 8 aura. The 2 Fang Clan GU immortals were dumbfounded. They immediately recognized this newly revived GU immortal's identity. It is one of Fang Yuan's original bodies, Zhon Budu. In the situation where bringing in external GU immortals, nurturing immortals, and human path immortal GU could not work, Fang Yuan chose to revive GU immortals. Originally, when GU immortals revived, they were mortals. But now, they had cultivation level. Fang Clan's 2 immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, while Zhon Budu was rank 8. Because of this, Human Sea had an unprecedented expenditure. According to the remaining numbers, 3 more rank 8 GU immortals could be revived. There were gains and losses. Next, Fang Yuan needed to cultivate again and collect human qi to replenish Human Sea. But this was not urgent. The most important thing to replenish was refinement sea. At this point, Fang Yuan's refinement sea was about to dry up. After releasing the 2 Fang Clan GU immortals, Fang Yuan gave the transformation path immortal GU to Zhon Budu. This way, as long as he used the transformation path killer move, Zhon Budu would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Zhon Budu went to deal with the situation, while Fang Yuan's main body expended the heavenly membrane to replenish the power of obscured heavenly secret. Next, he continued to dispel the truthful floating ice. Right now, Fang Yuan's transformation path, rule path, and other attainment levels had risen. The greatest increase was still in heaven path. Fang Yuan could already sense that his heaven path attainment level was approaching a qualitative change. Black and white heavens. A transparent pillar fell down, most of the soul beasts below were killed by the pillar. From a desolate level soul beast's body, 2 GU immortals flew out. One was a female immortal wearing an embroidered purple robe, she had snow-white skin and black hair that reached her waist, her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools, her face was shrouded in sorrow. The other was a male immortal, he had an ordinary appearance, his eyes were pitch black, he emitted a soul path aura. They were Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie. What heaven path immortal material is this? When it fell, the soul beasts could not move, they could not dodge. Ying Wuxie asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle identified it. This is a heavenly pillar. Every heavenly pillar is a rank 9 heaven path immortal material. Back then, Central Continent's Tianti Mountain was able to connect to Celestial Court because it had a heavenly pillar. There are no soul beasts to hide, but we obtained a rank 9 immortal material. Is this good or bad luck? Ying Wuxie sighed. What's the point of lamenting about this? The most important thing now is to find your true body, Lord Ghost. Writing Pen Chinese Net. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.